Praying for Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, pursuant to Standing Order 12, the House is advised of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker. Consequently, the Deputy Speaker will take the chair.
Members. Invite the member for West Vancouver, Capilano, to lead us in prayer or reflection.
Thank you. As we commence proceedings today in this Assembly, we ask for divine guidance so that our words and deeds may bring to all people in this great province hope, prosperity, and a vision for the future. May the deliberations in this chamber be characterized by temperance, understanding, and reason, to the end that we may better serve those who have made the members of this House guardians of and trustees of all of the citizens of British Columbia.
Thank you, member. Introductions by members. Recognizing the Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the chair. Today is actually Take Your Kids to Work Day, and in the gallery is, I don't have any kids here, no, but in the gallery is Kylan Wright, and he's a grade 9 student from Oak Bay High School, and he's here with his stepdad, Mike Hickaway, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister for the North in my ministry. They came to my office earlier so that we could meet, and he told me that in grade 5, he had written a report on his MP, who just happens to, who is now his MLA, the member from Oak Bay Gordon Head. Kylan is a very well-spoken young man, and we might even see him in the chamber someday. So please join me in welcoming Mike and Kylan to the chamber.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson. Of course, the beautiful South.
No worries. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce two bright young students who are joining us in the gallery today. They're actually here today shadowing Justine Hunter of the Globe and Mail, and they're learning the ins and outs of the press gallery, the vital role of democracy and the public discourse that journalists are a huge part of here in the Legislature. Rachel Collins is a student at Fraser Academy. She's an artist, and she says that she's here to learn how to better argue with her dad. As a father of 3 daughters myself, I can assure Rachel and this House that she needs no lessons from anyone in this chamber. And Alice DL is a student at West Point Grey Academy who is a student journalist and one day hopes to have the opportunity to become an astronaut. I'd ask that the House please make these 2 young, up-and-coming students feel very, very welcome here in the chamber.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very special guest joining us today who's in the gallery, a young man whose name is Matt DeJohnlick. He is now a councillor-elect DeJohnlick. I met Matt about 10 years ago when he volunteered on Chris Wilson's 2013 election campaign. At the time, he was an energetic 20-year-old, eager to learn, eager to work, eager to engage, and eager to lead. And while Chris wasn't successful in that election, despite all of Matt's hard efforts, his efforts did pay off a couple of years later when he helped get Jody Wickens elected to this place. And Matt became Jody's constituency assistant. So soon after that, in 2017, Matt became my executive assistant when I was the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and Matt absorbed everything about local government, everything about housing. And he has followed me to the Ministry of Finance, and he, again, continues to absorb everything, still eager to learn, eager to work, eager to engage, and eager to lead. And I could not be prouder, as if he were my own son. Matt has continued to deliver for all of our constituents. I know that he's reached out and spoken with everybody's office here in this chamber, and I am excited to see such a young person of Métis heritage bring diversity to Coquitlam Council, age diversity as well as Métis diversity to Coquitlam Council, because we know, Mr. Speaker, that with diversity, you get better representation and you get better governance. And so would the House please acknowledge and thank Matt for all of his work on all of our behalf of the people of British Columbia, and wish him all the very best as he moves forward and become a politician himself for the city of Coquitlam.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to recognize on the floor behind us today we have my predecessor from Kamloops North Thompson, Terry Lake, who's obviously no stranger to question period. We're trying to encourage him that he does not have to maintain the long, proud history of Kamloops North Thompson, of Kevin Kruger before him, and now myself, of heckling. I've got it well in hand, and Terry can sit very quietly today and observe the proceedings. Will the House please welcome Terry back to the chamber.
Welcome. Member for Vancouver Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the House today are several representatives from the BC Council for the Canadian Society of Association Executives. Their membership includes many executives and senior leaders of the province's associations and not-for-profit organizations. Would the House join me in please making them feel welcome?
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and it's wonderful to see you in the chair. So today I always get jealous because so many other folks get to introduce people in the House, so it's really awesome when I get a chance to introduce constituents. So I have 2 constituents here, Gwen and Chris Schmidt, who we had a wonderful tour and lunch together, and it was great. And Chris works in the agriculture industry, in farming, equipment, and Gwen is very busy in our community. She is the executive director of Community Futures North Fraser, and right now Community Futures is all meeting at Royal Road, so there's a lot of folks here with Community Futures, and she's on a lot of boards. Mission Skating Club, she's on Mission Regional Chamber of Commerce, she's on the Mission Downtown BIA, and chair of the Harrison Agassiz Chamber, and also on Rotary. So she does so much in our community, and I would like you all please to make them both feel very welcome.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. And there you go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will pick up where my colleagues left and talked about the grade 9 job shadow day. And today I am extremely proud that I have my son Benjamin here today watching the proceedings of the House. And Ben has made the long trek over here from White Rock to job shadow his dad for the day, and he got a free lunch out of it. And I think I spent my entire per diem on wings last night. So it was. I know the sacrifices that every member of this House, their families make individually. Ben is included in that because every time that I see him is awesome. But to have him over in Victoria with me here today, it's one of the best. So I want the House to please make Ben welcome.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to welcome Ray Fortaleza, the publisher for Philippine Asian News Today, published in British Columbia. November 2nd is the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, and encouraging all countries to adopt the UN Convention to ensure the safety and independence of journalists and other media professionals who continue to be attacked, beaten, detained, harassed, face cyber attacks, and threatened for doing their job. And the need for all governments to uphold a free and independent media. I ask everyone to please make Ray very welcome as we mark and celebrate November 2, International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. Thank you very much.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. So nice to see you up there in the chair. I have the pleasure of being able to introduce two very important people to the people of North Vancouver Lonsdale. I have Joshua Saville and Sean Vulias joining me from the constituency of North Vancouver Lonsdale. They serve as constituency assistants, working very, very hard to hold down the fort and make sure that our community members are well served, especially when I'm here in Victoria. So they're here for a couple of days to get a better understanding of what we do here in the legislature. As all members of the House know, we rely so much on our constituency assistants. They are our eyes, our ears, our correspondence masters, our caseworkers. They keep us healthy and fed in some cases. I'm so grateful to have them here in the House with us. Would the House please join me in welcoming them to the chambers? Welcome.
Oh, sir, continue, Minister.
If I may, Honourable Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge my administrative assistant who is here in the legislature with us. It is her last week. Her name is Sonia Leo, and she has been an absolute rock for me here in Victoria. She has definitely done her part in keeping me healthy and fed and getting me to where I need to go. And she has been just such a pleasure to work with. I'm very, very grateful to her service and hope the House will join me in thanking her for her service as well.
Minister for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the House to help me welcome a constituent from Powell River, Lenny Goggins, who works with Inclusion Powell River, and her actual title is Director of Social Economy and Other Cool Stuff. And in fact, one of the cool projects she's working on now is the new inclusion economy, which aims to increase the employment of persons with disabilities and help remove barriers for employers and employees to ensure that people have the ability to succeed in all aspects of their life. And so welcome, Lenny.
Member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very proud to be joined in the House today by some very dear friends. John Gilbo in his beautiful and very talented wife, Darlene. They're from my hometown of Sicamous. They're here on the island visiting family and grandkids. We know how important grandkids are in all of our lives. And during the course of our conversation today, John shared with me that he actually served in Ottawa, in Hansard. And John, sorry for the date and for setting this out there, but it was in the 1970s. Anyhow, would the House please make my dear friends John and Darlene very welcome.
Thank you, members. Honourable Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Citizen Services and Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Attorney General, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor.
Minister. Sorry. Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor, transmits herewith Bill number 39, entitled Judicial Review Procedure Amendment Act 2022, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Judicial Review Procedure Amendment Act 2022. Our government is firmly committed to lasting and meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The unanimous passage of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act in 2019 was a significant step forward in this journey. This bill is part of government's implementation of the Declaration Act, which created the means for Indigenous peoples to fully participate in decisions that affect them through decision-making agreements with government. This bill will ensure clarity with respect to the judicial reviews of decisions made under the Declaration Act agreements. When a decision of an Indigenous governing body is judicially reviewed by the court, the process of the Judicial Review Procedure Act will apply in the same way as they apply to decisions made by government. These changes will ensure administrative fairness and shared accountability for such decisions. The Ministry of Attorney General worked closely in collaboration with the First Nations Leadership Council, the Alliance of BC Modern Treaty Nations, and several Section 35 rights holders, such as the Seashaw Nation, to develop these amendments. The legislation is a step forward to the cross-government priority of reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is first reading of the bill. Those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Honourable Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. November is Apprenticeship Recognition Month, and it is a time to celebrate this province's 37,000 registered apprentices, over 8,000, including over 8,000 participants in Industry Training Authority youth programs. There has never been a better time to get an apprenticeship to join the skilled trades than right now, Mr. Speaker. We have 85,000 job openings happening in the skilled trades over the next 9 years, and as much as that is a difficulty for employers, it is a world of opportunity for young people. I've been trying to do my part in Langley through a series of youth skilled trades scholarships. So every year I give out $300, $400 scholarships to kids in the Langley School District. And this year, I awarded them to Matthew Crane, Ryan Vicker, and Emily Sousa from Brookswood and Langley Secondary School, respectively, who are enrolled in youth trade and trades programs. So auto service techs and hairstyling, two areas where I obviously need a lot of help and assistance. And they're going to go off to great, flourishing careers in the trades, Mr. Speaker. And just the other night, I had the opportunity to go to VCC's Culinary Apprentice of the Year, hosted by VCC and BC Chef's Table. And that's another trade where there is a ton of opportunity. We are going to need 18,500 people in the culinary skilled trades in the next 9 years. And it was so great to see the top 3 participants were all women, including Danae DeYoung, a Walnut Grove Secondary grad, who graduated in 2020 from a youth train and trades program, and who now works at Pier 7. So there is so much opportunity. And being there the other night, the day after 8 Michelin stars were awarded to Vancouver, it was easy to see where the next Michelin stars are going to come from, Mr. Speaker. So, if you have a young person in your life, this is the time to encourage them into apprenticeship. Thank you.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3 outstanding Indigenous leaders who recently received honorary degrees from the University of Northern British Columbia. The first is Carrier Secondary Family Services Chief Executive Officer Warner Adam of the Lake Babine Nation. He has been a tireless advocate for Indigenous children and families, collaborating with UNBC researchers to examine health disparities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, as well as reshaping the politics of healthcare. He is the founding president of the BC Aboriginal Childcare Society and has served 2 terms as the deputy chair of the First Nations Health Council and has served on many other boards and committees. The second honoree, Nathan Obed, is president of a national organization working to protect and advance the rights and interests of Inuit in Canada. Obed has worked to address issues including suicide prevention, climate change, and has been a strong advocate for social equity for the Inuit. The final honoree is artist and carver Rob Sebastian of Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en ancestry. This acclaimed artist has a long-standing connection to UNBC. As you explore our beautiful campus, you will find many of his incredible pieces. Sebastian carved, and to this day still carefully maintains, the university's talking stick and ceremonial chairs. The carved and painted Senate doors are also his work, not to mention the carved raven in the Robert Frederick Gallery, among other works. In addition to bestowing these honorary degrees, this very special day featured the formal installation of UNBC Chancellor Claytley Tene Elder Darlene McIntosh and President and Vice Chancellor Dr. Jeffrey Payne. I want to congratulate the honorary degree recipients, and I very much look forward to working with the Chancellor and President of UNBC.
Member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine being 90 years old and having your first book published. Mr. Kartar Singh Sandhu was born in the village of Rodeh of Punjab on June the 30th, 1932. Born under British rule, Mr. Sandhu is a trailblazer. He completed his education in 1948, the same year India gained its independence. From there, he became a teacher and served for 35 years. In 1999, Mr. Sandhu emigrated to Canada. As much as he loved his new home, like many others, he struggled with the many changes his new life offered. He started to connect more deeply with his passion for poetry and the Punjabi language. Over time, he wrote what he felt and what he experienced in those first years as a stranger in a new land. He wrote of harrowing homesickness, of the shift from a slower-paced, comfortable lifestyle to a fast-paced, more chaotic way of living. From his writings, Ik Dua was born. Ik Dua is a publication of these stories, written in simple prose for the reader to understand and to relate to. Mr. Sandhu hopes that his poems resonate with people and that they feel their stories reflected in his writings. Ik Dua shares the importance of roots, ancestry, and culture in a new world. It represents stories shared by many that should be passed along. I have known Mr. Sandhu and his family for a great number of years. They are a very progressive family. But Mr. Sandhu demonstrates once again that a teacher is always a teacher. He shows us that we are never too old to stop learning and never too old to stop chasing our dreams. Congratulations on publishing your first book, Uncle Ji. I look forward to reading the next one.
Member for Fraser Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 8th, 2020, I stood in this House and shared the story of the historic Murray Church. The church had been burned to the ground in 2019 by an arson, and the people of Merritt were fundraising in order to rebuild. The fundraising was in the home stretch, needing just $30,000 more to reach their goal. Well, I'm so pleased to share with the members of this House that I attended the dedication of the new Murray Church on October 1st, 2022. Murray Church was first constructed in 1876 and has served the Nicola Valley for 142 years. It was the oldest church in the Nicola Valley. With determination, fundraising support from the citizens of Merritt and communities across the province, reconstruction became a reality. Two people were specially recognized in the dedication celebration, local residents David Laird and Richie Gage. It was their expertise and determination that ensured the reconstruction was completed in a timely way and within the budget. The interior pews, the organ, the baptismal font were all donated. While touring the small white church, I heard many stories from family memories of Christmas Eve at the old church. The thing that was remembered most was there was no heat in the old church, which meant you bundled up, brought blankets and sleeping bags just to stay warm during the service. Big smiles that the new church has heat. But what is also evidence is it has heart.
Member for Boundary, Similkameen.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak about the lessons we should learn from microbes. We think of ourselves as independent and autonomous players in this world. Indeed, it's a fundamental premise of much of our current economic and political thought. But microbes help show us that's wrong. If I picked a cell arbitrarily from any one of us, there's a better chance that it's not human than it is us. We each carry orders of magnitude more genetic material from non-us than we do for us. 20,000 genes, give or take, for us, and probably 2 to 20 million for non-us. Our microbiome influences our nutrition, our defense systems, and our cognition. In other words, it defines who we are. Globally, our subscription to the tenets of free enterprise, independence, autonomy, competition, have resulted not only in damning social and environmental costs, but also in remarkable financial system fragility. The costs of inaction on climate change are an easy and salient example given the past few years of natural disasters here. Last weekend, I had the privilege to sit with scientists, public service, policy wonks, and community leaders, both from the US and Canada, both Indigenous and not, at the Soyuz Lake Water Science Forum. It refreshed for me the Syilx Nation Water Declaration, and specifically the notion that, quote, Syilx people assert that Syilx water has the right to be recognized as a familial entity, a relation, end quote. The primacy of relationship is enshrined in Syilx natural law. Relationships with others and the world around us make us who we are. Political decision-making that doesn't take this into account produces fragile communities economically and socially. Co-developing legislation with Indigenous peoples or mandating GBA Plus for environmental assessments are examples of how forward-thinking government can change the nature of our decisions in this place to recognize the reality of our interconnected world and produce social, economic, and environmental outcomes robust and beneficial for generations to come. Ruthless independence is not our nature. Investing in the relationships that support us all is and makes us all stronger together.
Thank you, Member. Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The development and business industries of Kelowna have lost one of the great ones this last month. Dave McInerney passed away unexpectedly on Wednesday, October 12, 2022, at the age of 59. His impact and significance are found in his achievements, as well as the bonds he formed with all he knew. His fascination with accomplishment was a fundamental aspect to Dave, and this quality underpinned his approach to people. He loved to hear about the interests of others and sought to broaden his perspective by learning from them. He really was one of a kind and had this amazing sense of humor and a welcoming smile that was absolutely endearing. But his business acumen was unmatched. Having graduated from the University of Waterloo in 1987, Dave started his business career with Labatt, where he spent 18 years. He met his wife, Anne, the love of his life, during his time in Vancouver. He knew she was the one when he discovered she could keep up with him on the slopes of Whistler. Marriage followed, and the births of their 2 daughters, Michelle and Renee, created their amazing family. Dave could not go a conversation with me without reminding me that I shared a namesake with his daughter. Dave and his family moved to Kelowna and joined Sunripe in 2005 as Vice President of Operations and then CEO, and then joined the Stober Group in 2019 as CEO. The happiest times in Dave's life were spent adventuring outdoors in the company of his family and friends, or gathering around a dining room table, sharing a great meal and stories. Dave was truly a pillar in the business community and a monumental supporter of charities in Kelowna. Dave took full advantage of what Kelowna had to offer. He loved skiing, biking, and hiking with his family and close friends. And hopefully we can all find solace in knowing he passed while doing one of his favorite outdoor activities. He was greatly loved and will be greatly missed by all, forever in our hearts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Integrated police mental health car programs, which pair a police officer with a mental health nurse, are a proven approach to violent crisis incidents. But right across the province, in community after community, urgent requests for the introduction or expansion of those car programs are stonewalled. Whether it's Prince George, Kelowna, or Kamloops, Penticton, Burnaby, Coquitlam, all denied. Yesterday, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions couldn't provide a single reason why communities were being told no. And in fact, she tried to deny that her government had actually rejected these programs. In the wake of the death of Burnaby RCMP officer Constable Shaylin Yang, both the police and the Mayor of Burnaby are speaking out. Here's what the Mayor had to say. Mayor Mike Hurley said, and I quote, "It's something that we must get. I'm past the stage of being nice about it," end quote. So when will the minister finally do the right thing, stop blocking these desperately needed programs, and ensure that these communities get the programs or the expanded programs that they need?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people are in crisis because of mental health and substance use challenges, we want them to be met with care and safety, and we want our communities to be safe as well. Our first responder system does rely on police as the primary respondent. That's what 911 sends. And because that is both overburdening police and sometimes not leading to the best outcomes for people in crisis, our government has added in a number of ways, whether it's through ACT programs, whether it's through FACT, whether it is through CAR programs, or whether it is the most recent iteration of peer-assisted care teams, the #1 call in the Lepard-Butler report. We continue to work with municipalities, with every health authority. We have not closed the door on any options, and we'll continue to look for ways to support police in their vital frontline work and to keep our communities safe in these moments of mental health and substance use crisis.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Well, the minister knows full well that recent reports that she has received have told the government that these programs actually work. And she also knows that communities right across the province want these CAR programs available to respond when there is a risk of violence. For years now, the City of Prince George has been trying to expand this program and have been told no. Penticton Council directly begged the minister at UBCM for immediate urgent action, and she refused. Last year, Coquitlam Mayor Richard Stewart publicly expressed his frustration that this government denied a CAR program in Coquitlam. Following the tragic slaying of Constable Shaylin Yang, he has joined the Mayor of Burnaby in calling once again for urgent action. Mayor Stewart said, and I quote, at some point, we're going to see another tragedy that is directly attributable to the fact that this kind of process occurs, end quote. So when will the minister listen to the advice of experts, the very reports that this government has commissioned? Will she get out of the way, stop blocking these programs, respond to communities, and make sure that there are mental health CARD programs across the province of British Columbia?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government agrees that when police are called into crisis, they need every support available to them. And that is why we have stood up in so many ways in so many communities. In some cases, there are CARD programs. In some cases, there are ACT programs with a police liaison. But what we are, and I will say again to the member, I don't think you were in the room, sorry, I don't think the member was in the room at Union of BC Municipalities when I talked to repeated councils about this, including the mayor of Penticton, that when I talked with them about the multitude of ways that can keep police away from those calls completely, many of them were encouraged. And again, our government works across a whole continuum of supports. No options have been closed in relation to CARD programs where there is a specific ride-along nurse with a police officer. I'm not saying no. I'm saying we are open to all ideas, but I will remind the member again, the #1 recommendation of the Lepard-Butler report was for these kind of crisis calls that there be non-police interventions, and that's why we have funded the North Shore Peer-Assisted Care Team, which in its first year of operation was contacted 448 times, dispatched 75 times, and only in 6 instances did they need to call police in. I'm talking to police officers and municipal leaders in many communities, and they say this, in addition to the other supports we're giving police and people in crisis, is something that they want to continue to expand and explore.
Thank you. Member for Kamloops, North Thompson. South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the minister keeps saying that she and her government have left all the options on the table. It sure doesn't feel that way to municipalities that have CARD programs that were established before this government took power, that have been urging the government to expand these programs, and the government has not allowed that to happen. It sure doesn't feel that all the options are on the table to those communities like Coquitlam and Burnaby and others that have asked for CARD programs, and this government hasn't allowed them to be funded. The minister says she hasn't said no. Well, she hasn't said yes either, Mr. Speaker. And the fact of the matter is that CARD programs respond when there is a risk of violence, and they can't be substituted by peer teams. The minister is treating this like an either-or situation when it's not. We need both police and peer programs, and we need a lot more of both of them. And Mr. Speaker, CARD programs have not only been called for 5.5 years by the official opposition, they've been called for by mayors, they've been called for by police. It was a top recommendation in the recent Lepard report. It was recommendation number 4 of the All-Party Committee on Reforming the Police Act. The fact of the matter is that the committee on looking at reforming the Police Act heard loud and clear how having both medical records and police files, how that allows for a bigger picture, a more complete picture of a mental health crisis so that the nurse and the police officer can make the most informed decision. Recommendation 4 of the All-Party Committee said, and I quote, co-response models such as CARD programs, end quote. So the question to the minister again is, what the minister is doing is not working. Why is she leaving? Why is the minister leaving communities across the province without programs at all, CARD programs at all, or an expansion of these critical CARD programs, which have been proven to work so effectively where they do exist across British Columbia?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because our government recognizes that police on the front line and people who are in mental health and substance use crisis need supports tailored to meet their needs, and because the health authorities are our vital regional delivery partner, 1 year ago, my ministry funded Vancouver Coastal Health to expand staffing for the CAR 8788 program to better respond to increased call volumes, triage referrals, and complete assessments. I also, through my ministry, provided Vancouver Coastal Health temporary funding to create an urgent mobile response service in the North Shore, CAR 22, which is a partnership between VCH and the RCMP, the Integrated First Nations unit of the RCMP, and West Vancouver Police. That's an example of something when sought by the health authority that my ministry funded, and we are open to more of these models. We need to tackle these problems with a diversity of approaches.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to just how important these interventions really are for all involved, it's all about the results. And where CAR programs are in place, the results are very, very good. And we hear in some responses from the minister that the health authorities do their own thing. We hear in other responses that she actually has inserted herself and directed a health authority over here to do something, but won't provide the same direction over here. The fact of the matter is, if the minister and the government wanted to make this a priority, she would direct all of the health authorities to properly fund the requests of every municipality that asks for either a new CAR program or an expansion of an existing CAR program. Last year, she was directly asked to intercede with health authorities to provide communities the much-needed, much-asked-for CAR program services, Mr. Speaker. And you know what her response was? The minister's response was this, and I quote, I do not get into the small operational details, end quote. I think British Columbians would agree that it's time for this minister to stop passing the buck and to recognize that when a program is proven to work in communities across British Columbia, and when British Columbians are in crisis, she needs to get directly involved and do her job. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is this. Right now, this minister could stand up, as I said, she could tell health authorities that these CAR programs are a priority of this government. They must be funded in the communities that ask for them. They're desperately needed services. Will the minister do that today?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've said repeatedly, we have all options on the table. We need a diversity of responses. And as I noted in my previous answer, when Vancouver Coastal Health approached my ministry and said that they wanted to have expansion of the CAR program funded because Vancouver Coastal Health thought that they had the health resources and the staff in place to expand that CAR program. That is what I did, and we supported that. That was just 1 year ago. That's a recent example. The peer-assisted care teams that were the #1 recommendation in Lepard Butler, this year's budget invested $1.26 million to create new teams in West Vancouver, in New West and in Victoria to add to the North Shore program. They are mobile teams that de-escalate situations involving mental health crisis, and they connect people to community services and supports. So these are people who are in distress with thoughts of self-harm or suicide, families experiencing challenges, substance use, loss of reality, feelings of hopelessness and despair, social isolation and loneliness, fear and anxiety, other mental health challenges. They also help people living with mental illness and substance use and their families keep connection to their communities and to health services. They are typically a combination of trained peers and mental health professionals, social workers, psychiatric nurses to provide trauma-informed, culturally safe support. That's an example in 3 communities with 3 municipalities, and we're determined to do more.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Legislature's own Committee on Drug Toxicity recommended a full review of the Mental Health Act. They call it outdated. We've heard this before. The committee that I sat on, Mr. Speaker, the committee reviewing the Police Act, also called for a full review of the Mental Health Act. It's clear that we need to change the mental health services in this province, but instead of looking at the system as a whole, what we've seen this government and this minister do is invest in a system that's clearly broken. It's a Band-Aid solution. It's not working. And the legislature has heard that time and again. In fact, members of this House have come together twice now and implored the government to change and to review the Mental Health Act. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister, when can the public expect a full review of the Mental Health Act?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The system of care that we are working hard to build is what I hear families and people on the front line call for. They say it's decades overdue. And while we are fighting two public health emergencies, we are working with health authorities and with partners from every sector of our province and people in particularly with lived and living experience about what they need right now. And our very first priority is getting the crisis supports, getting the mental health counseling, getting the programs in schools. And so that's why our first priority was not reviewing the Mental Health Act. It was providing services that people need. We are considering—
Members, please.
We're considering all the recommendations of the Select Standing Committee on Health in its review of my ministry's response to the toxic drug overdose crisis, reviewing all their recommendations, with gratitude to the hundreds and hundreds of people across the province that put their personal experiences and their lives on the line. That's what I'm focused on, is what people with lived experience.
Members, if you want to ask a question, you have to give it time for an answer. Please continue.
My very first focus is building up the voluntary system of care and the supports that people are asking for. A review of the Mental Health Act is something that our government certainly has under consideration and will get to.
Member for Saanich North and the Island Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While this minister and other ministers are reviewing the recommendations that have come now from two committees made up of colleagues of this Legislative Assembly, imploring the government to review the Mental Health Act, the one as late as just yesterday that table was reported, a report was put on the table. The reality of it is that we have known that this has been a problem for a long time. They're reviewing the recommendations, and we're investing millions of dollars in a system that is fragmented and broken. That is what we're hearing time and time again from those people that are coming and submitting their feedback to these committees. The Mental Health Act is actually overseen by the Minister of Health. And so what we have here is we have a Mental Health Act. We have two ministers that oversee this. This law that we have is working against creating a better system of mental health. No amount of money that this minister and this government is going to invest in it will change that. It's like trying to eat soup with a fork, Mr. Speaker. The Police Act Committee, the Mental Health Act Committee, or the Police Act Committee and the Health Committee have both said review the Mental Health Act. It echoes the representative of Children and Families, the ombudsperson, and several community organizations. My question is to the Minister of Health. Will he commit to reviewing the Mental Health Act?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say again, in a time of two public health emergencies, our focus, very first of all, is on standing up the supports that save people's lives right now, the work that needs to be done right now. We've created 100 new positions funding early psychosis intervention. Those interventions early can save young people from a lifetime of struggling with psychosis. We've added almost 50,000 new positions or places where people can connect with mental health counseling. We're funding the health authorities to offer culturally informed Indigenous healing service provision. And in time, we will, I'm sure, together review the Mental Health Act, but I'll point to where we do in a surgical way the interventions that advocates and people with lived experience ask us for right now. It was just this spring that in this chamber, an amendment to the Mental Health Act to provide rights advice service was introduced and initiated by the Premier designate, incoming Premier. That's the kind of work for the first time in British Columbia's history, providing rights advice service for people who are admitted involuntarily under the Mental Health Act. That is the kind of immediate work, and that our government has proved again and again. We will intervene and make changes where people ask us to in the way that actually affects lives right now.
Member for Skeena.
Mr. Speaker, for the last few years now, we've been listening not only to the citizens of British Columbia talk about the drug crisis we have and the mental health crisis we have in BC. We've been listening to the recommendations coming from the reports. We've been listening to the minister talking about keeping all options on the table open. So it's clear now that that's not the problem. The problem is that this minister is at that same table and not doing anything, not even doing her job. That's the problem. I mean, we can't live through another report if that's what the minister's thinking. I mean, we're talking about mental health, we're talking about violence, we're talking about so many different things that British Columbians have been demanding, begging for, mayors. And all we're asking is for the minister to do her job based on the reports that this own government commissioned. We are in a mental health and addictions crisis. We've known that for a few years now. That's why this ministry was created. Well, over 2 years ago, the outgoing premier called a snap election so he could pass legislation enabling mandatory treatment. But after the election, the NDP promptly abandoned the idea. The minister ruled out mandatory treatment. Now we have a premier designate who suddenly says mandatory treatment is a good idea again. Will the NDP please, on behalf of British Columbians, take a clear position to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions? Do the NDP support mandatory treatment or not?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to address, first of all, the beginning part of the member's question where he says, I have not done my job. There has never been a place in Canada where a provincial government, on the basis of intervention in overdose crisis, has achieved decriminalization of people who use drugs. We are the first place in Canada where doctors can prescribe safe supply to separate people from the toxic drug supply. We're the first place in Canada where nurses can prescribe medication-assisted treatment to prevent overdose. We have opened more addiction treatment beds. We went from one supervised consumption site when the members opposite were in government.
Excuse me, Minister, if you just take a moment, please. Members. Please, let's hear the answers. Let's hear the questions. Let's respect the people's time. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, to the member's question at the end of his question, right now people are detained involuntarily under the Mental Health Act. That is a tool that exists, and there are people that are detained involuntarily in the psychiatric forensic system coming out of corrections, people that are found not criminally responsible. But the real focus of our work has been on building up the voluntary system of care, one that did not exist in sufficient scope when we took government. We've opened more than 300 addiction treatment beds, voluntary. We are opening complex care housing for people for whom supportive housing is not enough and people that tend to be evicted because of untreated mental health and addictions. We've opened the Redfish Healing Center, 105 beds, which have some involuntary beds, some voluntary beds across the continuum, we are building the system of care that people need and deserve.
Member for Skeena.
So it's not appropriate to do a victory lap on your failure.
Through the chair, member.
I mean, this is how the coroner's death review panel.
We will hear the question.
This is how the coroner's death review panel described the minister's system, and I quote, "A lack of coordinated services, gaps in service delivery, long wait times, and eligibility for services inconsistent with people's lived experiences." End quote. That's coming from the coroner. And it's going to be a shock to British Columbians that mandatory treatment is now in place in BC. I didn't see any announcements. I didn't see any debate in that. So it'll be interesting to see the record and where that came up. The number of young people that are dying keeps going up in British Columbia. Last year, a record 30 young people died, 200% higher than 2016. Last week, 18-year-old Kylie Walker of Victoria died, and 5 of her friends overdosed. This is what Kylie's great uncle, Joe Thorne, says, and I quote, "We need to make it mandatory that they be given treatment now." End quote. What the minister is doing is not working. The question is simple. Will the minister support mandatory treatment? Yes or no?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
The bill that my predecessor, Judy Darcy, brought into this chamber was not for forced treatment. That is not something that our government has ever proposed legislatively or through a programmatic setting. The scope of the bill formerly known as 22 was that following an overdose, that young people have a cooling period, ideally for 48 hours, maybe as long as a week, where they could stabilize after an overdose and have the opportunity to be connected with treatment options. But there was no consideration, no contemplation of forced treatment. We make our investments based on evidence, and the evidence says forced treatment does not work. What we heard at the time was that, particularly from Indigenous leaders, but also many civil liberties advocates, including the representative of children and youth and the coroner, that they wanted us to revisit the legislation. And that was the announcement that I made last year, that we would not proceed with Bill 22, but we would instead co-develop with First Nations leadership a way to provide young people following an overdose the ways to get connected back to community and connected to the options for treatment and support, but not forced treatment.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, parents of autistic children stood outside the incoming Premier's constituency office in the pouring rain, fighting for their children, calling on him to stop the NDP clawback on autism funding. It has been a year since this government, since this minister have announced this clawback, the funding that these families, these children depend on, that these children need. The added strain and the added stress caused by this minister to these families is immeasurable. So my question is to the minister, and it's a simple one. Will this minister stop this clawback of autism funding?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is important to listen to parents and to families and to children and to youth. And I have been listening very carefully to families and to parents. And I will continue to listen to families and to parents. And where I hear concerns, I take those very seriously, Honourable Speaker. I've been listening to a large range of families, and I've also been hearing from many families that their children have been left behind, that they haven't had access to services that they need. We have had calls. We have had repeated...
Members, please. Let the
Repeated
speaker have the
recommendations.
floor, and then you will get your time.
Repeated recommendations from the representative for children and youth and recommendations from a committee of this very legislature that we need to move towards a needs-based system. The current patchwork is leaving too many children and youth behind, and services are locked behind a diagnosis. What that does, Honourable Speaker, is it causes a delay in children accessing services, and that isn't good for their development. We're going to build a system that will serve more children and youth. It will make services more accessible and earlier in their development, and that will help children and youth thrive.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a simple question. Will the minister cancel the clawback of autism funding, yes or no?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It's really important that children and youth have access to the services that they need when they need them. We're working towards building a system that will mean that more children and youth have better access to services to meet their needs. And
Members, please. Members. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We've had repeated recommendations from the representative for children and youth who we listen to, and we're also listening to families, Indigenous rights and title holders, service providers, community agencies. But just to reinforce the need to change the system, I'd like to offer some words from the representative for children and youth from September this year. We fundamentally need to transform the services and support for children and youth with special needs and their families. Thousands of children aren't getting services right now, so we absolutely need to shift. The system has not been easy to navigate, so that some families, including families with autism, have not been able to access the services. In addition to that, there hasn't been anything for some families to even navigate because there are virtually no resources. The system needs to change, Honourable Speaker, and that's what we're doing.
The bell ends question period. Honourable Clerk. Recognizing the member for Nelson Creston.
Speaker, I rise today to table a petition on watershed protection on behalf of the Windell Irrigation District. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, member. Honourable Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you. In this chamber, I call second reading Bill 42, the Provincial Sales Tax Act. And in the Douglas Fir Room, I call continued Committee of the Whole Bill 36, Health Professions and Occupations Act.
Thank you. We'll just take a brief recess as members exit the chamber, and we'll proceed with second reading shortly. Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Finance. Call the House back to order. And recognizing the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill 42 be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, communities hosting major events need additional revenue sources to be able to stage those events and reap the long-term economic benefits. This bill amends the Provincial Sales Tax Act to authorize an additional major events municipal and regional district tax on sales of short-term accommodation. This tax will be separate from the current municipal and regional district tax, also known as the MRDT, that it applies currently in over 60 areas throughout British Columbia. The amendments provide that an additional major events MRDT of up to 2.5% can be imposed upon request in a designated area where the Minister of Finance is satisfied that an event is a major international tourism event of provincial significance in or near the area. In addition, a designated recipient of the additional major events MRDT must enter into an agreement with the minister responsible for the Tourism Act. The tax will apply temporarily in the area, and the revenues will be dedicated to paying for the costs of planning, staging, and hosting the major international tourism event. The legislative amendments also include transitional provisions that relate to both the current MRDT and the new additional major events MRDT to provide clarity on which tax rate is payable depending on when accommodation is purchased, as well as to provide regulation-making authority for the new tax. Honourable Speaker, following enactment of these amendments, orders in Council will allow specific municipalities, regional districts, and eligible tourism-focused not-for-profit associations to have the major events MRDT temporarily applied in their jurisdictions for the purpose of raising funds dedicated to paying for the costs of planning, of staging, and of hosting designated major international tourism events. One such immediate and fast-approaching international tourism event is the FIFA 2026 World Cup matches to be held in the city of Vancouver, and I know that everybody in this chamber is excited about that. In addition to providing its own $5 million contribution, the City of Vancouver requested that the province consider raising the MRDT in Vancouver in order to help the city pay for its costs of planning, staging, and hosting this major sporting event that will provide significant tourism benefits for years and years to come. Honourable Speaker, these legislative amendments are intended to respond to Vancouver's request and also to provide a means for other communities to make similar requests for designated major international tourism events of provincial significance in their communities. I look forward, Madam Speaker, to the discussion here in the chamber.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It gives me pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 42. And I'll just advise the chair right now, I'll be our designated speaker for this bill as we move through the afternoon. Madam Chair, as we've heard from the minister, and I thank her for that overview of this bill, at first blush it seems a fairly straightforward bill, but as we've dug into it, as we've had briefings, as we've reached out to various stakeholders, there are definitely some issues and concerns that we will want to fully canvass as we get into committee stage on this bill, and hopefully there will be time in the legislative calendar, Madam Chair, to actually look at this bill properly, given that we have now had 4 days of debate removed by the Premier Designate, not having the government being held accountable for their language of their bills as we move forward. So where we should have had another, 10 days of debate left in this place, we will now only have 6 days of debate, including today, so that the Premier Designate can have a week-long coronation party instead of the work of the people being done in this chamber, scrutinizing things like Bill 42. Because Bill 42 actually has a lot of complexity to it, although the concept is very simple and straightforward. It is having essentially tourists pay by way of an extra tax into a pool to funds to try to build up some money so that a host community can offset some of the costs of hosting that type of an event. But when you look at the geography and when you read the bill, it talks about a geographic area. Yet when you actually talk to the finance staff in the briefing, what became very clear is although the bill says geographic area, so the average person reading that would think, oh, well, if we're talking FIFA and the World Cup, that's obviously an international event. So that must mean that the whole Lower Mainland, where hotel rooms will be used on a great number, would be used for that geographic area. But no, in fact, it's actually municipal boundaries that start to come into play. And in this case, because Vancouver is the host of FIFA, it would just be the boundaries of Vancouver that would actually be collecting this tax. And so you would have Richmond, which has the airport, I might add, and lots of hotels in Richmond not being subject to the tax. You have Surrey, Burnaby, all the surrounding communities, Coquitlam, all those surrounding communities, North Van, all of that would not be subject to this tax. And so that will automatically create a bit of unease within the hotel industry in terms of trying to stay competitive as it relates to rate pressure and whether or not they will have to, as a hotel within Vancouver, reduce their rates by the 2.5% to try to stay overall net competitive to what a customer might pay. And I say that because one would think, and I must admit my first impression when you hear this is about an event, is that it would be in place for the event. Maybe a reasonable week or two leading up to an event and a week or two after an event and as people come and go. But no, it was surprising to us to find out that in fact this could be in place for 7 years. 7 years. And in fact, Madam Chair, if the event happens to go over budget, the minister can extend it even longer. So somebody traveling, this would be in royal assent, Vancouver agrees, the minister puts it in place by the end of, we'll even just say by the end of this year. So somebody in 2023 staying in a hotel in Vancouver would be subject to the 2.5% tax for an event that's going to happen in 2026. And then someone that stays there in 2028 will still be paying for an event that happened in 2026. An event that they had zero intention of attending. So the concept that the tourists coming to the event are paying a bit of a surcharge to help pay for the event starts to go out the window when you start hearing those types of timelines are available in this bill. So there needs to be a lot of discussion around that. There needs to be a lot of understanding and discussion around what qualifies for an international event. Because I've already heard from various communities asking, and I don't have an answer for them yet. So hopefully, with the 4 days of debate being ripped out of the calendar by the incoming Premier, we don't wind up with time allocation and the inability to ask questions about Bill 42 at committee stage. Because that's a very likely possibility. So trying to get answers to questions like what qualifies as an international event, does it only sporting events? I've been asked by communities that have large international wine festivals if that would qualify. There's other communities that have large service groups that come, like a Shriners or a Rotary clubs from around the world and the United States that come on a semi-annual basis, once every few years. Does that qualify? We don't know yet. And in fact, it will be up to the minister to decide if they qualify. Because there's no clear language in the bill that we can see that actually spells out what actually qualifies. So there's the very real possibility that a municipality that has a mayor that gets along with the finance minister of the day gets told yes, and the community down the road gets told no for very similar events. Now, I know the former mayor of Vancouver that was recently defeated wanted this type of ability to tax tourists for their event. And I would assume that means our incoming premier is favorable to that as well, since he was out door knocking and endorsed that mayor in his unsuccessful mayor's race. But we're not 100% sure yet. We're reaching out and trying to talk with Vancouver as well. We don't want to be offside with what they would need to do as a community to bring forward an event of the stature of a FIFA. But it seems that the former mayor was taken a bit by surprise that FIFA would be an expensive endeavor to get involved with. Who would have thought, Madam Chair, that FIFA would require things like VIP lounges? Shocking, shocking. That an organization as known as FIFA is around the world would want, I don't know, secure parking areas for security reasons for their delegates that are traveling in. That a lot of their wealthier countries that come to things like the World Cup might want to have a VIP area to have a drink and a bite to eat at. Apparently that took the former mayor of Vancouver by surprise, and so now they're scrambling trying to figure out how to pay for it all. And I say that because this tax is projected right now, just in Vancouver area alone, to collect $30 million a year. $30 million. It can be in place for 7 years or more. Now, the interesting thing is that this is the government that flat out rejected, without meeting with, an Indigenous-led Olympic bid for Vancouver. But it wouldn't have just been for Vancouver. There would have been lots of cities that would have had to do small bits of infrastructure for it. I'm from Kamloops. Kamloops was going to be involved in that. Sun Peaks, our ski resort, was going to be involved in it. Whistler was going to be involved again. Vancouver, Richmond. There would have been a lot of communities that could have charged a tax like this to tourists to help cover the cost of an Indigenous-led Olympics. But strangely, we've been led to believe by the government, Madam Chair, that the flat-out refusal to meet with the Indigenous group, to walk through their business plan with them, to get a true understanding of what the potential financial risk to the government was going to be, was decided upon by Cabinet. And yet, 2 days later, that same Cabinet agrees to have a bill introduced to the floor of this chamber that has the real potential to generate literally tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year, depending how far-reaching you make those impacted communities, for a bid like the Olympics. And it could be in place for several years, even after the Olympics. And in fact, in the briefing, the ministry staff made a point of saying, yes, an event like an Olympics were Kamloops, this tax could be used for it. So it's interesting that 2 days after dismissing an Indigenous-led Olympics bid because of financial risk, there didn't seem to even be wanting to have a conversation with those Indigenous communities about a piece of legislation coming forward that could actually offset a great deal of that financial risk. Talk about a missed opportunity from a very secretive government. Makes you wonder what the rush was to tell those Indigenous communities, no. They could have waited 2 days, the government. I get they might not have wanted to talk about Bill 42 before it was introduced publicly, Madam Chair, with those Indigenous groups. But they could have introduced Bill 42, well, we've been here since October 3rd, so they could have introduced it anytime up before now. Then they could have waited 2 days and told the Indigenous groups no to the Olympics. But they didn't. They did it in reverse. And then they wonder why those same Indigenous groups are frustrated about lack of respect, about saying that this is setback reconciliation. Because the timeline for this bill was simply, there's no other way to put it, Madam Chair. It was sitting there within the Minister of Finance, who very much, one would think, should have had her staff reviewing a proposed Olympic bid in terms of the financial implications. And at the same time, Bill 42 would have been getting drafted. At literally the exact same time that they were drafting Bill 42, a bill to enable extra revenue generation for international events, those same ministers said no to an Indigenous-led Olympic bid based on potential financial risk without ever discussing this bill and revenue potential to those proponents so they could rework their business plan and show the government how their risk is diminished. Over the space of 5 years, probably by $500 million. $500 million could have been collected in that 5 years based on the modeling from the ministry themselves on what this tax will bring in and just from Vancouver alone over the space of 5 years. So it defies logic why there was not those discussions, why there was not an open and transparent process with those Indigenous communities around their Olympic bid about the fact that this bill is coming forward. So that they could work with Vancouver and those other communities to talk about actioning this tax as a way to help fund an international games like the Olympics and the Paralympics. Significant dollars. Significant spin-off dollars to the overall provincial economy as a result. But that didn't happen. Could have helped fund significant recreational upgrades in a wide range of communities around this province for the training opportunities, because that happens. In 2010, teams from a wide variety of sports came over early, and they started training in British Columbia. They used our arenas in Kamloops, they used some peaks for skiing and other alpine training opportunities. I know they were down in Penticton, they were in Kelowna. They were all over this province, countries with their teams on various sports, well in advance of the Olympics, needing to use municipal recreational facilities, which could all use a little extra capital dollars to help. Those communities could have actioned Bill 42 to help pay for that, further defraying the actual cost to a British Columbia taxpayer and the risk to a British Columbia taxpayer on an event like that. So when you look at Bill 42, and then you start reaching out to people in the hotel industry, and that's what my background is. I grew up working in and operating hotels with my family. We had a family-owned and run hotel. Hoteliers get nervous about taxes like this when they don't really have much of a say in them being put in place. Now, my mother, she was the first female president of the BC and Yukon Hotel Association back in the 80s, when it was a true old boys club then. I think they even suggested to her she didn't need to come to President's Night that night because it was more a Scotch and cigar thing and she wouldn't like it. And as much as she hated Scotch and cigars, she forced herself to go into that smoky room because she was the incoming president. And good on her for doing that. It's sad that women in office of any type still are facing those types of things in this day and age, still, all these years later. But there's a great many people that have been pushing back for a long time about that, so good on them. But when the hotel tourism tax first came in, when the MRDT first came in Kamloops' case, my mother was one of the ones to help lead the charge against it being instituted in Kamloops. And we were successful. We pushed back against it. We were one of the few communities in the province that didn't adopt it right away. And that is because the local hotels were not going to have control over the money. It was just going to go back to the municipal government to do as they see fit. And that was the concern. So you fast forward a few years, the proposal gets reworked where the Board of Tourism Kamloops gets created, where the funding from this tax will then go to Tourism Kamloops, where hoteliers will have the majority of the seats on Tourism Kamloops, and with a mandate not to promote any one individual hotel or tourist operation, but to promote the whole area as a viable tourism choice for people. Myself, my mother, others, we openly supported that proposal, and we got it passed when it went to a vote of the hoteliers in the area. So it's very important with a tax like this that you have buy-in by the hotels, because their concern is around scope, what will actually get paid for out of these funds, how long will they be in place. And if you think back to when we had tolls on the Coquihalla Highway, it was this statement of, we're going to have tolls until the highway is paid off. And then it turned into, well, maybe the maintenance, the daily maintenance should be counted against it, even though all the other highways have regular maintenance. And it turned into this big, where I live, frustration of what does completely paid off mean? Thankfully, Premier Campbell of the day just removed them outright, said that, you know what, we've collected enough, it's done. I've long said that something like this tax, just tell me how much money you need to collect from it. Just tell me with this tax, you need to collect $200 million. When we collect $200 million, it's removed. Don't tell me 7 years, and then on year 6.5, say, well, we need the minister to extend it to year 8. Just tell us how much money you need, and then end it. If you need to build in some administrative costs, if you need to whatever, I could care less. It's $210 million. It's $190 million. Just give the public a clear dollar figure that you need to collect in real dollars to feel a tax like this has accomplished its goal. It's very easy for everyone to understand. It doesn't give a future government or minister wiggle room, or mayors, or councillors, because this is going to be in place through other municipal election cycles, other provincial election cycles. I mean, the betting line is there's going to be a cabinet shuffle in the next 2 weeks. There's going to be a new finance minister in a couple of weeks by the sounds of things. It'll be that new minister that actually decides whether this gets implemented or not, with a new mayor that wasn't at the table to start these discussions. So that's the worry with these taxes. And that's what I'm already hearing from people that I still know from within the hotel industry, is their concern over who is going to control the dollars, what safeguards are going to be in place for how they get spent, and how long they'll be in place for. Because they were surprised when I said it could be for 7 or 8 years. They didn't anticipate that as an answer. I didn't anticipate that in the briefing. And if you look at the overlay with the Olympics and what you could do if you structure these dates in an appropriate way, it's a very significant piece. Now, my understanding is that the Indigenous-led group was aware in the context of FIFA and potentially the Olympics of a bill like this? But never a meeting with government, as we've heard, to find out how this could actually work for them, how this could work for their bid. And that's why it's always a problem when government refuses to meet with any group as they're trying to pull something together, especially when the outgoing boss, the outgoing premier, told that same group, keep up the good work, we got your back. Incoming boss, not so much. Incoming boss won't even meet with him. I don't know why. He's got lots of free time on his hands, but he's cleared 4 extra days out of the legislative calendar for a Friday coronation, for a Friday that we don't even sit in this house. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that week, we could actually be in committee stage on Bill 42. Getting those answers for the hotel industry, getting those answers to find out for people how this is going to impact them, how this might restrict future projects they might want to do in their area, how they would go about trying to expand it to a larger geographic area than just the boundaries of Vancouver, if that's what they would like. Sounds like the minister will not have the ability to unilaterally impose this on a municipality. So there's going to have to take a whole lot of relationship building to get, we'll use Richmond as an example, a Richmond council to agree and get their hoteliers to agree or be comfortable with a tax being charged so that the money can flow to a neighboring municipality for works being done in that neighboring municipality. It's going to put a lot of strain on those relationships. Understandably so. It would in Kamloops. I can imagine we host a lot of international events in Kamloops. World Championships in Kamloops. We are Canada's tournament capital. We're that for a reason. We've had World Curling. We've had the World Women's Hockey Championship there. We've had a World Indoor Track Meet. The first time out of Europe that it came to North America was in Kamloops. And it was track athletes from all over the world. So when I say it'd be interesting trying to get Richmond or Surrey to agree to have this tax levied with the money flowing back to a different city, I don't say that because I'm picking on those cities and think they should. I'm saying because I know what the conversations would have been like when I was still the mayor of Kamloops. I went and knocked on Vernon and Kelowna's door and said, hey, we're having this World Championship. We want to charge a tax, have you guys send the money our way. How does that work for you? Pretty confident I know how those conversations would go. So this bill has the very real potential now to set up tensions and worry within communities that need not necessarily be there. So I get the desire for Vancouver to want to have another way to generate revenue for the FIFA bid. And I can totally understand and empathize with the incoming mayor, who now has to clean up the mess of the outgoing mayor, outgoing NDP mayor, for a bid that apparently they may or may not have been a little bit overly zealous, or here's a thought, maybe the province didn't actually do enough scrutiny on the financial risk of the FIFA bid. They sure didn't mind pulling the pin for the same basis on the Indigenous-led Olympics bid. So I get the desire to use this as a revenue source. My understanding is in 2010, Whistler did something similar. So there is precedence out there as far as I'm aware. So it's not necessarily, again, the concept of Bill 42 that we're taking issue with. And And we're more than happy to see this move to committee stage to try to get these answers for people, to try to be able to keep reaching out to those Indigenous groups, to those mayors, those new mayors and councils, to the hotel industry, to find out what their true thoughts on this are. But it's our job as opposition to thoroughly vet and canvass and understand on behalf of all those same groups how this bill is going to impact them. How this bill will actually create an environment positively or negatively as we head into FIFA. And there's going to be heightened awareness about World Cup because the World Cup 2022 is starting very shortly. So the excitement for 26 in Vancouver, for the 4 or 5 games they're going to have, will understandably build. And that's a good thing. Do I think that means people will travel to Vancouver 4 years before FIFA just to get the lay of the land if they happen to maybe come if their country doesn't qualify? No, I don't think that's what it's going to mean. But we'll be charging a tax apparently for it. So that's, part of the problem is we're not going to know which teams are playing in Vancouver and what the schedule is and stuff for quite some time. Right? First we got to get through 2022 in this World Cup. Then all the countries got to requalify again. Then you got to figure out which pool each country's in. Then we got to figure out which teams we get out of those pools for games. So we've got a lot of work to do that way. But it seems like the government will be charging the tax while all of that is getting worked out for people that have absolutely no reason to be in Vancouver for FIFA. So every business trip down to Vancouver, or for the next 7 years, will be subject to this tax. Every family holiday that has absolutely nothing to do with FIFA will be subject to this tax. But not if you take the sea bus across to North Vancouver. The tax won't apply there. Or not if you decide just to stay out in Richmond when you fly into that Vancouver airport that's actually located in Richmond. The tax won't apply there. But it could, possibly, maybe. So again, the concept the opposition understands. The trust in the execution, we're a little leery about, to tell you the truth. We have every confidence in the local governments to figure it out and figure out how to work best together. But the mayor and council from Vancouver are going to have to come to the minister, explain to the minister what they want to do, hope the minister actually agrees, because we haven't heard from the minister yet that if they choose to say no to a community wanting this, if that means the province will offset the missed revenue. So again, I'll speak in terms of Kamloops in Bill 42, just because I'm very well versed on how we go out and get bids and tournaments. So we have the Scotties coming in March. We have the Memorial Cup coming in May. Neither of those are technically international. So those likely would not qualify by the sounds of it. But what happens in the Memorial Cup if an American team wins their way in? Is that now considered international enough? We don't know. We don't know, but it's significant dollars potentially. In the Kamloops context, it would be very significant dollars. Be a drop in the bucket compared to what Vancouver would generate, just because we don't have that many rooms compared to Vancouver, but it's all relative. Our cost structure wouldn't be as great as a FIFA either. So what is the process going to be for a minister to say no or to say yes? And what is the process in this bill? Because we can't find it. We can't find it other than the minister has the right to say yes or the minister has the right to say no. There's no criteria. And that's the problem with a lot of legislation this government keeps bringing forward. It's all enabling legislation. Then it all gets done by regulation after the fact, behind closed doors. That creates a problem because that's how errors get made then. And we've seen that in bill after bill after bill. It sounds like there was a fairly significant oversight of a clause in the health bill that's being debated right now. On the transportation bill, there was a couple of errors. There seems to be error after error after error with legislation that keeps getting rushed into this place. And I say rushed only because the government never seems to have bills like Bill 42 ready to go at the beginning of a session when we're all here on October 3rd. No, we got to wait till we're in the last 3 weeks. Except in this case, our last 3 weeks is really the last 2 weeks because the incoming premier canceled 4 days in the calendar to have a party instead of having us in this house doing the work on the bills. The sad part is, most of us are going to be down here for committee work throughout that week on both sides of the house. And you know, it's interesting that the government members want to make light of the fact that their incoming premier has canceled 4 days of the legislative calendar to avoid accountability of his government in this chamber. Our side doesn't find that humorous. And so our assumption has been that that's exactly what's happening. Because we can't get a straight answer out of the government, Madam Speaker, why we can't spend the extra 4 days debating Bill 42 instead of canceling those 4 days right before the coronation. So I look forward to the government better explaining why they're canceling the 4 days of debate time in this chamber, when most of the 87 MLAs will actually be in Victoria that week. Not sure what they're going to be doing with their time. They certainly don't want to be held accountable in the eye of the public for those 4 days. They don't want us to have enough time to properly dive into Bill 42 at the same time as we're trying to juggle and find out what's in the Health Professional Colleges Bill and the Indigenous Child Welfare Bill and a Labour Bill and now a Judiciary Bill and an Energy Bill. So I certainly hope they enjoy their time at their various receptions they'll be at that week. They'll be able to get lots of rest throughout the daytime, because they won't be here debating Bill 42. They won't be here explaining to us some of the discrepancies we found within Bill 42 in terms of how it's going to be applied. They won't be here for those 4 days. So we will wind up with closure, time allocation for the public. What that means is the government will just pick a day and a time and say, it doesn't matter where you are in a certain bill, you're done debate, you're done questioning, move on. That's what removing 4 days of debate out of the calendar by the Premier Designate means. So Bill 42, again, at committee stage, we're going to have to hopefully get some time for it as we move forward. But it's also the purview of the government what bill gets put up for committee stage on what day. So this may never come forward again. This could be our only opportunity to speak on Bill 42. Because on the importance level, frankly, if we have enough time, only enough time, a shortened, truncated amount of time, would it be better to spend that time fully looking at how health colleges for doctors and nurses and other health professionals are going to operate in this province moving forward? Would it be better to fully dive in and try to understand and try to get through, even though we won't have enough time. A child welfare protection bill for Indigenous communities, or a 2.5% tourism tax. So, yes, this is an important piece of legislation, but I would suggest to you child welfare probably is a little more critical to people's day-to-day life than a 2.5% tax that a tourist would pay, or a business person on business travel, or a family just trying to go visit other family. Doesn't mean we shouldn't actually be afforded the time to dig into 42 properly. It doesn't mean that as opposition we should just be silenced by an incoming premier that doesn't want to be held accountable. So he's removed 4 days of debate time, 4 days of question period time, unilaterally out of the calendar. I mean, heck, he won't even be sworn in that week yet. He can just keep avoiding us and the public those 4 days anyways and let us all continue to do our work in here instead.
On Bill 42, please.
Well, that's what I'm speaking to, Madam Chair, so thank you for that. Yes. So, Madam Chair, the point is that those are the 4 days that we would love to have to spend on Bill 42.
Members. Members. Members, we're speaking on Bill 42. I'd just like to quote our parliamentary procedures. Good temper and moderations are the characteristics of parliamentary language. If we can keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly the backbench for government seems to be getting quite agitated about our comments on Bill 42, and just for their clarification, there will be more of us speaking to the bill because we take our job seriously, and the interesting part is we actually write our own speaking notes on bills because we read the bills, we dive into the bills, we understand the bills, we get updates on the bills. We just don't kind of regurgitate what gets handed to us. But each party operates their own way. And so we will have other speakers on Bill 42, Madam Chair. Bill 42, that could have easily helped, especially with the way it's structured, as we're understanding it, it could have helped defray significant costs associated with the Olympics. The Indigenous-led Olympic bid that the anti-Olympic incoming premier made sure was terminated before he got sworn in. It was quite the week. Terminate the Olympic bid and then terminate 4 days of debate in the chamber. 4 days for Bill 42. Because, Madam Chair, what I'm hearing from government members on Bill 42 is that we shouldn't speak to it, we should just rush through it, and so we can sit down and go into committee stage. Well, debate is an important part of a bill's progression as well, Madam Chair. And if these bills had all been brought forward in a timely fashion when we first started sitting on October 3rd, as opposition, we could move around how we're going to have speakers to which bills and for how long. But when we're literally still getting bills introduced as late as today, with a backdrop of 4 days of debate being removed, it's a little rich from government members trying to tell us to speed up our conversation on Bill 42 at debate stage and second reading if we want to get to committee stage. It's not how this place works. It's not how good public process works. we will have a few speakers to shine lights on parts of Bill 42 on behalf of their constituents, on behalf of their municipalities, on behalf of things that go on in their communities that may actually be able to use something like a Bill 42 to help defray the cost. So we're going to have an appropriate amount of debate on that as opposition. But the workaround is not remove 4 days of debate and then tell the opposition just to hurry things up. That's quite an attitude of government, I must say. To tell me to stop speaking on Bill 42, to stop highlighting that in Bill 42 there's a very real concern around a municipality having the ability and the right to petition the Minister of Finance to levy a tax on accommodation stays, with the accommodators not necessarily having any say in that. Doesn't mean the accommodators are opposed to it. Vancouver already has a 3% tax that goes to fund their tourism operations. They agreed to that. They agreed to that being put in place. It helps fund their destination marketing organization. But the fact that they might have concerns and they want to hear questions and answers on this bill raised in this House, that should be of no threat to a municipal government. It should be no threat to the government introducing the legislation like Bill 42. Only the most secretive government in Canada feels threatened by questions being asked about their legislation. Only the most secretive government in Canada seems to think we should just hurry things along, not have debate on bills. In fact, let's just hack a bunch of days out of our legislative calendar. That's okay. Just move things along. I guess our one saving grace, Madam Chair, is I remember not too long ago when the government would repeatedly be out of legislation for us to work on early in a session, kind of like this session started yet again. At least they didn't have the throne speech this time to fall back on like we used to do, 13 weeks into a session, having to go back to a throne speech. So it appears that Bill 42, which would have been getting discussed and drafted by the Minister of Finance and the rest of Cabinet, one would assume at some point agrees the legislation moves forward, would have been happening simultaneously with an Indigenous-led Olympics bid that same Minister and Cabinet flat out rejected without talking to the Indigenous group whatsoever. In fact, flat out refusing to meet with them, turning down repeated requests for meetings. Good, open, transparent government there, I'll tell you. So, Madam Chair, as we move through committee stage on the bill, and it's not a very thick bill, like I say, the premise is, it's only 6 pages. The premise is fairly straightforward. The implementation is going to have to be very nuanced. The implication for other communities could be quite significant. Surrey has a massive international softball tournament, I believe, every year. Does that qualify as an international event? They may want the 2.5% for that, not for FIFA, and understandably. So how are they going to get told yes or no? There's all sorts of international events like that. Now, they're not going to be on the scale of a FIFA, but frankly, other than the Super Bowl, I'm not really aware of anything in the world that's on that scale for marketing and awareness. Even the Olympics isn't the same level as the FIFA World Cup. So where is the lens within Bill 42 that not just this minister, but whoever the new finance minister will be using? Because that's the key with the legislation, especially when it's legislation like Bill 42 that's left to the discretion of a minister moving forward. We'll hear from this finance minister on how she feels she would deal with this legislation with requests coming forward. But she's not going to be the finance minister forever. And I'm not even saying that to be disrespectful. I don't know if it'll be in the cabinet shuffle with the incoming premier, or if it'll be after the next election, or if it'll be 5 years from now. But at some point, she won't be the next finance minister. That's how this place works. So what safeguards are in this for municipalities to know how successive finance ministers are going to adjudicate these types of requests that will come forward? Because there's going to be a lot of them. And if it's simply the litmus test is it's got to be on the scale of a FIFA, well, then let's just call this the FIFA Bill 42 and call it a day. Because we're never getting the Super Bowl in British Columbia. That's it. They've already said no to the Olympics. So if that's the threshold, then we need to find out that that's actually what this is. And then we need to actually make sure the rest of the province understands that this bill is strictly for FIFA. It's strictly for Vancouver, and it's strictly for FIFA. And if that's the case, then there's a whole lot of clauses in here that aren't really needed. Or at least we wouldn't need to be talking about geographic areas. And just say Vancouver and FIFA 2026. Because I do think Surrey will want to know if they qualify for works that they would want to do in and around Softball City. That international softball event brings huge dollars and huge amount of people into Surrey every single year. As I said, I've heard from a community that is wondering if their international wine festival would qualify. I think that's a valid question. Now, I'm from Canada's tournament capital. We would pride ourselves. We had massive chess events. We held them in our big indoor sport court area. Still a tournament, still a lot of skill involved. A lot of people come for it, a lot of coverage for it. So communities across this province have things that are international in nature and international significant to their towns and their cities, just not on the scale of a FIFA. But in Kamloops, we actually had an international friendly. It was a women's national team against Mexico. In fact, we had it in place and it was well underway, and then FIFA found out about it, so there was a little bit of a backstory there. But when they got involved, there was a whole lot more expense involved to hosting a soccer match than we would have ever incurred. We did it. It went off great. It was a great evening, great game. But would that qualify? Would we have been able to go after some of these funds for a year or two to help offset the extra bleacher costs, the extra security costs, all of those types of things that go into an event like that? And it was literally a FIFA event. And FIFA, what I learned from that event, has very strict standards no matter where you are in the world. Now, would it say safe to be said that maybe our soccer fans are not as passionate as they are in other parts of the world? Absolutely. Did we still have to have literally armed guards escort referees on and off the field? Yes, we did. Because that's a FIFA requirement no matter where you are in the world. At least it was back then. So I have no doubt that Vancouver is going to experience significant cost pressures. If we found cost pressures for an international friendly match between two teams, one actually being the Canadian team. So again, we don't take issue with the fact that this is a bill that's been created to try to help Vancouver offset some of their costs with FIFA. But we represent a lot of other communities on this side of the House. And there's no clear language in this what this minister intends to do with all those other requests that will undoubtedly come forward. And that's why the hotel industry is wondering how this is going to be implemented coming forward. Because not all industry gets along with their local electeds all the time. I talked about how the finance minister will change out at some point. So will mayors, so will councillors, so will administrators, so will organizing committees of an event. So intention is one thing, but the written words within Bill 42 are critical to get that understanding on the record so that we can all go back to Hansard and look and see and figure out what the true intent is, layered over top of the clauses and the sections in this bill. So that when those ministers change, the new minister has some guideposts to help them in their decision making, and municipalities have some guideposts to know what they should or shouldn't be asking for, and whether or not it's a reasonable rejection or not by a minister. So that is really Bill 42 in a nutshell. And I know as much as the government members in the House would love me to go on, yeah, I would love to make sure we free up some time so that we could hear from some of their members. Because I wouldn't want to be accused of running a clock to a point that they felt they were having their chance to speak on behalf of constituents squelched. Because that's how this place operates well, is when there's enough time in a legislative calendar to properly talk about Bill 42 in second reading, to hear different perspectives, different points of view, to make people think, oh, I hadn't thought of that. And just imagine how much more of that we could do and how much more detail we could get into if we didn't have 4 days ripped out of the legislative calendar by the incoming premier. But we do. That's sad, but we do. So, Madam Chair, I think I've made my point on Bill 42 that although we at this point support it and we support the concept of Bill 42, what we're really supporting is getting it to committee stage. What we really support is actually having a long enough committee stage that we can properly vet it, properly deal with it. Hopefully that doesn't come at the expense of trying to dig into legislation like child protection laws and health laws that are also needing to be debated. Hopefully, the incoming premier ripping 4 days out of the legislative calendar hasn't created that situation, but sadly, based on history of how many times time allocation has been brought in, how many times bills have been introduced very late in a session under this government, I fear that's what we're going to be seeing. Bill 42, there's nothing in this bill that is so complex it couldn't have been introduced on October 3rd when we first sat down? Nothing. In fact, it might have helped the incoming Premier's door knocking on behalf of the former Mayor. But I guess we'll never know. Maybe the election outcome might have been different. Probably not, given the spread of margin, but you never know. But we could have had this bill in front of us October 3rd. We could have had all those other bills in front of us in that first week of October we were here. Then maybe ripping the 4 days out of the legislative calendar by this point in the procession of bills might not have been such a problem. But it's created a big problem for us in Bill 42. There is 5 days after today left in this chamber. There's 5 days left. We need at least a day for Bill 42. There could be 9 days left, but instead there's 5. We could have twice as much time left to work on these critical bills like Bill 42. But we don't. I guess the government doesn't want to be held accountable. I guess the government doesn't want transparency. I guess the government doesn't want proper allotments of time so that bills can be thoroughly scrutinized. I guess that all lines up on brand when you get voted the most secretive government in Canada. I guess the government doesn't want us to really dig into Bill 42 and how this would have impacted an Olympic bid or not, given their incoming Premier is so clearly anti-Olympics. It'd be interesting to find out if they believe that FIFA would create a police state in Vancouver, as the incoming Premier seems to feel the Olympics creates. FIFA is going to have pretty high security standards for something like a World Cup. They had them for an international friendly in Kamloops, so they're going to have pretty high security standards for a World Cup event, times 4 or 5 games, times all the training days before the game happens with the teams, the traveling dignitaries that come, all of that. Especially depending which countries we get in the draw. Let's face it, there's going to be a few countries that are a little more contentious that are going to be in the World Cup than others. But we don't know who those are yet. So I can sympathize to a certain degree with Vancouver, trying to figure out how they're going to pay for all these unknowns. And I can sympathize and understand why they would want a vehicle like this. I don't know that the hotels in Vancouver understood that it was going to have the ability to be 7 years, but possibly 10 in place for that length of time. Now, what precedence does that set for future games and bids? Is it you shall agree to this, or we will not help you out as a province or not? We need to hear from the minister on what the intention is. Is it going to be moving forward that if you as a municipality don't agree to this tax coming in, the province doesn't have your $100,000 extra you need or your $1 million extra you need over and above this? We'll find out in committee stage, hopefully, only if the incoming Premier doesn't bring in time allocation. I mean, if the incoming Premier wanted to avoid Bill 42 on those 4 days, Madam Chair, all he had to do was extend the session by a week or two. If he really just wanted to have a nice free week for a party, if he wanted to actually have proper scrutiny on Bill 42, it's not too late. They haven't officially removed those 4 days out of the calendar. All they've done is issue a 2-sentence press release saying the Premier's getting sworn in on a Friday, Fridays that we don't sit in this House anyways, and oh, by the way, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that week are now cancelled. They've only issued a press release. They haven't actually procedurally removed those 4 days. So they could very easily just not remove those 4 days out of the calendar. Then we'd have time when we get back from the Remembrance Day week to canvass Bill 42 and find out about all those impacts I've referenced and talked about. To find out from those various stakeholders, now that they've been able to see the bill in print, now they have a slight better understanding of timelines and how it will work, and who it would actually apply to or not, what they actually think about it. Will this even generate the type of money that Vancouver was expecting, or was Vancouver expecting that it would be more of a regional type tax? I think that's an important question to get answered from Vancouver. This could fit 100% of what Vancouver is looking for, or it could be, no, actually they were hoping for a regional tax. But then what does that mean for Surrey and their softball city and their international events? That mean they're shut out? If they don't, pardon the pun, play ball? Our Indigenous bid for the Olympics, again, had this cut off right at the end of FIFA in 2026, would have had another 4 years to collect. Just Vancouver alone, that's $120 million. Add in Kamloops, Sun Peaks, Whistler, Richmond, training cities. Just in that 4-year window, 5-year window, you could have easily been close to $500 million. So those questions and more, we're going to canvass. Those questions and more, we're going to hopefully canvass with what our regular legislative calendar will be, because the government will come to their senses and stop talking about removing 4 days of debate. All it takes is if the incoming premier just happens to be watching the chamber, all I'd say to him is cancel your plans to remove 4 legislative days out of our calendar so we can actually deal with Bill 42 in a proper manner. The supposed man of action, the supposed take no prisoner, sure doesn't want to be accountable, it seems. Talked a very good game about our leader during leadership, but seems to be ducking and dodging and weaving pretty good right now. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to others' comments. I welcome government from, I don't know, going off script and just telling us what they actually think about a piece of legislation. But I know we'll hear from some of our members, hear their thoughts, hear their concerns for their neighborhood, hear how this bill may or may not impact their community positively or negatively. And I thank you for the time on Bill 42.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and grateful to take my place and speak to this bill, Bill 42, PST Amendment Act, and I want to echo a lot of the remarks made by my colleague. It's important work that we do in this legislature, and I think that, you know, if you look at the legislation that's been put forward in this session, we got just down the hall, we have a Ministry of Health bill with 650 sections to it. And although this bill here, I think that it's not nearly as weighty as the one I just referenced, it's still important. We have an MCFD bill that has not yet reached committee. We have other legislation that's been tabled that still has not reached that stage. And on Bill 42, I looked at it from my riding's perspective, and and I understand that we are all excited for the fact is that we have a World Cup coming to our nation that will be shared with other nations, and I think it's for the first time I'm really starting to pay attention to this year's World Cup that will be starting. I think it's on the 18th of November, and for a few added reasons. One is my son, who's here today, is an avid soccer player, and actually our neighbor at our house is the Canadian men's national coach, John Herdman, lives a few doors down from me. So it's we're excited to cheer on Team Canada as they go forward here in the coming weeks. But I think this legislation here, this PST Amendment Act that we're speaking on second reading, it's obviously a very interesting piece of legislation. One that's been introduced to this House at a time when discussion about international sporting events has been obviously very topical. And we've canvassed in this House the bid for the Indigenous-led Olympics, and I think the frustration that we have seen from Indigenous leaders on the lack of collaboration, consultation done by this government, and their rejection or lack of support for that bid. And I think that's a valuable lesson to this government, future governments, on the importance of collaboration with Indigenous leaders and partners in this province. And I am proud that we have in my riding Softball City. And Softball City is, I'm sure many members have spent time at Softball City. I know that this past summer we were gathered. I think the member from Surrey Panorama joined me when we were throwing out the first pitch for, I think it was Canada, maybe Canada versus US. But that is a massive, massive event. And in Surrey, in my riding, we do not have a luxury of a lot of hotel space. In fact, in my riding, I think I'm possibly just two hotels. But every time that this event comes, every year, and it was on hiatus during the pandemic, but every year that it does come, we have teams from all across the world that are staying in various hotels throughout the Lower Mainland at various costs, and a lot of them are billeted. But I wonder with this piece of legislation is how an event like the Canada Cup could fit in. Is there room for them at the table to fit in? I think a lot of municipalities would have that question. And at its most basic, Bill 42 allows for municipalities to request and be granted the ability to collect a new 2.5% tax on designated major event accommodation areas in the case of international tourism events. So what qualifies? In Surrey, we have a number of events that, whether it's, like I mentioned, the Canada Cup, we have cricket events, we have junior hockey events. I know that Langley, with the Events Center, also hosts a lot of events. And I'm not just talking about the downtown core here, but I know that both my colleagues from Kamloops are proud of the fact that Kamloops is the tournament capital of Canada, and he asked some very valid questions that I think will be important to him as the critic for finance to canvass that committee. Because we all have an opportunity here to speak, should we wish to, on the legislation that is tabled in this House. That's part of how this place is structured. And I know my constituents expect me to take that opportunity when I can, whether it's on this bill, Bill 42, the PST Amendment Act, whether it's on an MCFD bill, whether it's on the health bill that I mentioned is going through committee down the hall. We have that opportunity, but it's also somewhat of an important obligation. And second reading allows us to speak for a set amount of time. And that's important, and I would think that at some point, besides the Minister of Finance, the government will have speakers that will speak, obviously in favor of this bill. But given the recent decisions by this government, by this incoming Premier, probably knowing the specifics about Bill 42, the specifics about the MCFD bill, the specifics about the legislation that was tabled today. But let's just focus on Bill 42 for a second, because that's where we are, and that's second reading right now. Is there certainty that this is going to be able to be fully canvassed? And I think that certainty has been shaken because, as my colleague said, and I will say again, is that incoming Premier has chosen to tear out 1 week of this sitting. It's 4 days of legislative time. Now, I think that I know myself and my colleagues, we will be here. I understand that a number of government colleagues will be here. But we will not be doing the work that was set out in our parliamentary calendar. Work on Bill 42, perhaps, where my colleague would have had the opportunity to canvass this extensively in committee. We've had instances in this House under this administration where we brought in time allocation on important legislation. We had a member of this House mid-sentence have his microphone cut off due to time allocation. I think that member's constituents would have a problem with that. I think that, it's still fairly new to this building, but there are processes for legislation, whether it's through LRC, where you know what's coming, and you would think that you would want adequate time in the calendar to defend the legislation that you put forward. And in Bill 42, I think my colleagues and others on this side of the House and the third party should be afforded that as well. And we have seen in this fall session where there have been errors in legislation that's been tabled that have had to be rectified. And that happens. That does happen. And it's not I don't think it's intended, but errors do happen. But when you have the proper runway that you should be afforded, that's how this place works. And I know that this bill was designed specifically to fund the FIFA 2026 games, which will be partly hosted in Vancouver. But there's key things and key elements of this bill that need to be discussed. It will allow for government to approve this type of tax for international tourism events at the discretion of the minister. So what constitutes an event? I mentioned Canada Cup. That would be something that I would think should be canvassed and considered. Maybe it is being considered, maybe it's not. But those types of discussions need to happen. I think that overall the concept of tourist funding infrastructure, you think about infrastructure that's designed to accommodate events that they're attending, has some merit. It could be a good way to recover some of the costs that we see with these large events. And like I said, I'm not going to profess to be a soccer or I guess football fan as much as others in this house may be, but I think it's very clear that the World Cup is one of the biggest events, if not the biggest events. It may have overtaken the Olympics, but that doesn't mean there won't be questions about what this bill will look like when it's put into practice. This government hasn't earned that kind of trust, at least definitely not from opposition. That's not our job to do, but also our constituents. I do get emails from constituents on legislation. People do watch this program. And they will write in and they will ask, and they follow it closely. I think other jurisdictions follow this closely. And I think other jurisdictions and those that are watching probably view it very cynically if the process is not allowed to be followed through. And I'm not demeaning this piece of legislation because I think that this is important when we look at the costs that are associated with some of these events, specifically with security, is that they can be enormous. But consultation is also very important, consultation with municipalities. And we've had major shifts throughout the province municipally at the mayor level, at the council level. And I think people on both sides of this house are probably taking the opportunity to get familiar with some of the new mayors and councillors, and then obviously there may be changes with staff as well. But they would expect that those conversations happen. They would expect that a bill like this would be vetted through a committee stage. That's vitally important. They would probably be asking, I would think, if they haven't been told, and I doubt they would be, is what does the approval process for municipalities look like? What does that mean? How would, when you look at Surrey and like I said, we have Softball City My Riding and Canada Cup, what is that approval process? How is it structured? How do we make sure that we have somewhat of a level playing field for communities? Whether it's Vancouver, whether it's Surrey, whether it's Kamloops, whether it's Prince George. And if you look at what's going on in Prince George for the last number of years, it seems like every time you turn on the TV, Prince George is hosting something major. Whether it's a hockey tournament, whether it's curling, whether it's BC Games. Prince George often seems to be, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with the work of my my colleague, Prince George, member of Prince George Valemont, Prince George has always got something going on that is driving mass amounts of tourism due to sports. So how is that a level playing field? When you look at Vancouver, you look at Surrey, you look at Prince George, you look at Kamloops. And given the fact that this bill, the way that we read it, and obviously we can get some clarity in committee, limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality or regional district per respective tourism event. Now, I would think that once we get to committee on this, is that if myself or my colleague asked this, that would be clarified, and we could go to the municipality and actually work with them on that clarification. Another important part is discussion for this bill comes down to other events that could prompt municipalities to utilize this legislation. So what events are those? And at what stage do they need to be? Obviously, we talk about a World Cup, and a World Cup it's the World Cup. Everybody knows what the World Cup, and everybody understands that. Could this be the same thing if we were fortunate enough to host the Women's World Cup? Which I would think that's actually one of the best sporting events I've ever been to is watching the Canadian women's team play, because it's I know the men's team is exceeding expectations, but the women's team has been doing that for over a decade now, and I think we should all be proud of that work. But would the women's team qualify for this if we were fortunate enough to host a World Cup? That would be a question that we would canvass in committee. I don't think any of us know the answer to that right now, except for maybe the Minister of Finance. And if the answer is no, then maybe there's an opportunity for us to rework that and make sure that that's something that we can collaborate on. I think one of the most successful events that BC Place has had consistently is women's soccer. I think the women's national team is always ranked in the top 4 in the world. That's something I would say we are very proud of. But how does this work? So, what event qualifies and what event does? Is it at the discretion of the minister? It can be a bit challenging, I think, and I think some of the frustration that we're seeing, and again, it's an opportunity to canvass this, is that it appears that this government is very reactionary, but it can often pick winners and losers. And it was late, very late, no pun intended, to the game on the World Cup. And I think that, it's going to be an opportunity for BC to showcase. But to my previous remarks is that when you look at the reaction that we've had over the last week from Indigenous leaders, who they've said have had the carpet pulled out from under them in terms of the province, this government, saying no to any support for an Indigenous-led Olympic Games, I think that builds some cynicism. I think that that hurts the credibility of a government that is obviously struggling in that area. They've said the bid is dead. But my colleague mentioned it, is that was this legislation discussed by the government with those nations that were leading in Indigenous-led Olympic Games? You know, we are told that, you know, obviously is one of the speaking points that the minister came out with is cost that is associated with an Olympic Games. And I think that that was the speaking points that was used when this government first rejected the World Cup. But, you know, when you look at the justification of cost, things like this, was this piece of legislation discussed in terms of helping recoup costs? That is a perfect conversation to have at committee stage. And I think that's an important conversation to have. There's an expectation that we have that conversation. But when you look at what this government has put forward in the last couple days, and you have to wonder, when you look at Bill 42 and you look at the other bills, and the timing is, there's either incompetence or intent. Either incompetence in how you introduce legislation and you can't manage a calendar properly to make sure that it is vetted through the proper stages that it needs to go through, such as Bill 42, such as the MCFD bill that was tabled, such as the 645 section bill that is currently being debated down the hall, such as the labor bill that was introduced, such as the other bill that we saw from the Attorney General, such as the energy bill. So, yeah, I'm not being cynical, but there's a question to be asked. Is it intentional to have to come in here and shut down debate on something like Bill 42, on the labor bill? And these are all, I'm not dismissing any of the importance of this legislation. But is it the intent to bring in closure, bring in time allocation, and just trust us it's going to work out okay? Well, we've seen how that doesn't happen. We've seen errors in legislation that have been presented this fall at this sitting, and that's what happens when items are rushed. So is that the intent, or is it incompetence? Incompetence to manage a legislative calendar. To ask the question at committee stage, what municipalities, how do they apply? How is it, what is the definition of an event? What is the discretion of a minister? There is a possibility that those questions will not be asked because this government can either not manage a parliamentary calendar properly, or their intent is to completely disregard it. And I think that that conversation, if you have it with your constituents, is a bit offensive. And it's wrong. If these ministers do not want to stand here and defend the legislation that they stand up and they introduce, just say it. Go on the record and say it. We're all here next week. I know we are. I know the majority of government is. Bill 42 should be a topic. That will not happen. This government, the week after next, has torn out 4 days of the parliamentary calendar. So when you want to ask the important questions about how municipalities work, how one would apply, the consultation that was done with municipalities, the consultation that was done with Indigenous leaders, was it done, wasn't done in terms of the Indigenous-led Olympics? It can't happen. And I think that's a disservice. I would hope, when we look at the passionate speeches that came from the Indigenous leaders on the bill presented by the Minister of Children and Families, I would hope that this government would ensure that that bill gets the proper respect that it deserves and goes through the proper legislative process, just like Bill 42 should, just like the labor bill should, just like the energy bill should, just like the Attorney General's bill should. I get this government wanting to duck 4 question periods. Given recent performances and upcoming potential cabinet shuffles, I don't blame that. But the fact is that this building is not solely based on question period. This building, we do other work here, whether it's second reading or whether it's committee. So I think that I would hope that members are asking tough questions of their leadership in this government, because their constituents should be asking tough questions of them to say, what are you doing? What are you running from here? Defend it. No, I think that's a reasonable expectation. And for the life of me, I have not seen one argument that makes sense from this government on why they cannot fulfill that. So like I said, when it comes to Bill 42, there's important questions that need to be asked. But the main question that I'll end this with is it intent or is it incompetence? One of those two things. So with that, I'll take my speech, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you for that big applause. I appreciate to be here. And Madam Speaker, I am obviously pleased to offer some remarks on Bill 42. I do want to sort of pick up where the previous member left off. I have some concerns as well with respect to some of the recent events, of course, here with the cancellation of a week of our legislative session, which obviously, and I'll certainly point out the questions that I have about Bill 42, but I think many of us want to see all of these bills go through committee, through the proper channels, through the proper scrutiny that they deserve. And with all due respect, it's for the betterment of the legislation. It's an opportunity for us not only to debate, but actually scrutinize Bill 42 and other bills that the member from Surrey mentioned that are extremely serious. And we have a bill, you know, a potential labor bill before us. We have things to talk about with respect to WorkSafe BC. We have things to talk about with respect to our healthcare system. We have a number of bills that are before us right now. And Bill 42 is extremely serious, and I definitely will get to those comments right away. I do want to, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me a little bit of leniency, I do want to say that I was touched earlier by the memorial service, and I think that that's something that we share for Constable Yang. I know that many of us watched it in our caucus room. I'm sure the government did as well, and I want to extend my condolences to her family and to her friends. It was an incredibly sad moment and certainly sad images, but I guess I'll just leave that there. Glad to have been able to watch that today and participate. With respect to Bill 42, of course, we know, we've talked about it a little bit today, that this is an opportunity for a 2.5% increase in taxes, and obviously the focus will be on international events. Now, what I want to discuss today is how to bring that back to rural British Columbia and sort of talk about some of the events that could be affected in a positive way by this legislation. Now, I don't want to confuse the House. I don't want to suggest that I am for or against. As I said before, I want to go through committee stage, and I want to have an opportunity to fully scrutinize the bill and to understand the benefits and the impacts that it could have, not just in the bigger cities, but certainly rural British Columbia and with events throughout the province. And some of the concerns I have really are around boundaries, and I'll get to that in a moment, but how that will actually play out as far as neighboring cities, how will they be affected by it? Will that end up being a competitive edge that potentially neighboring cities might have, and other questions around that. And ultimately, that, you know, this bill and this legislation has an opportunity to raise an unbelievable amount of money, really, for British Columbians and for events. And I think that really needs to be discussed at length, because it is, or has the potential to be, an absolutely massive amount of money that will be coming from tourists visiting our province, or certainly people that are partaking in those events. And I can see the benefit of that, Madam Speaker. I mean, I can see the benefit that people that want to enjoy things like FIFA or other events certainly should have a hand in helping us to fund, you know, some of that either added infrastructure or certainly, you know, added costs, you know, whether that's policing or whether it's other different things. And so ultimately, of course, Bill 42, you know, the opportunity to collect this 2.5%, obviously has sort of come by way of the FIFA 2026 games. I don't think that that's any surprise to me. I do want to, you know, suggest that it's a little surprising after the announcement last week of I guess the lack of support from the BC government with respect to Indigenous-led Olympic Games. I'm just shocked that this would be announced, you know, after that event, after that announcement. And I guess why I'm surprised at that, because, and I want to talk a little bit about this, because, you know, I think first off, and I guess we won't know unless we're able to get to committee stage, and I certainly hope that that's the case. You know, I want to know how much consultation happened with this bill, and of course, Indigenous people, Indigenous groups. And I think that, you know, we're owed an answer to that, Madam Speaker. I think Bill 42, while it obviously would be beneficial to FIFA, I can't imagine that it might not have helped to be beneficial to those games. And I don't know if, I don't know if those First Nations knew that this legislation was coming. I mean, certainly we didn't know. So, I'm not sure if this is sort of a best-kept secret, something that, was introduced late in the House, the loss of a week to properly debate it, the loss of a week of legislative calendar to actually scrutinize Bill 42. All of those things are a little bit suspect. And I think that we're owed those answers, and I think that we should have the opportunity to properly ask questions about this bill. But going back to the First Nations, with respect to any of the bills before this House, we have an obligation. We've agreed, absolutely agreed together, that we would seek the proper consultation on every bill that comes before this House. And Bill 42 should, of course, be no exception. I think that it's important to note that the event that the First Nations lost the support of the government on last week would have probably fit Bill 42 extremely well. The actual legislation itself would have helped to make that event happen. And I can't help but ask, Madam Speaker, if that's the case, and if these three First Nations knew that this bill was coming before the House, would it have been beneficial for them to know that information? And could this bill have had the ability to actually have those games? And I hope that the government is thinking about this, and I hope that they're considering that, because I can't imagine the attendance from the world over wouldn't be massive for these Indigenous-led Olympic Games. And so I can't help but think that this would have been extremely beneficial, Madam Speaker. And then, just in general terms, I want to talk a little bit about, First Nations with respect to any of the bills in this House. And I just can't help but think that announcement was a step backward, a big step backward for reconciliation in this province. I mean, I know how extremely hard my community is trying. I mean, we just saw an entire local municipal government replaced, in the name of bettering relations, with First Nations in our community. Certainly that was part of the reason. And I think that, we have tried extremely hard to improve those relations, to grow those relationships with many First Nations in my riding. And Madam Speaker, I really felt like that announcement really was a step backward. And I think that it has hurt the efforts of reconciliation in this province. And I'm extremely concerned about that. But what concerns me most is that Bill 42, with the massive amount of potential income that it could have created, we may have been able to hold those games. And I think that really has to be considered in many, many ways. And again, I can't stress this enough. The member from Surrey has mentioned it. I'm sure the member from Kamloops likely mentioned it too. And that is that we need that time to properly scrutinize this bill and others. And in my mind, it is a bad mistake to bring any legislation to the people of British Columbia that hasn't gone through that scrutiny. And Bill 42 is no different. It has to be scrutinized, it has to be understood fully so that we can understand what the impact is going to be on all British Columbians. And this bill has certainly the ability to do exactly that, have a very large impact. I want to talk a little bit about Section 1 of Bill 42 and how it defines, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, does the Minister want the floor? Or? It's all good? Okay. Sure. Section 1 defines a major event area. The problem is that because we haven't had the opportunity to go through committee, I'm not really sure what that means and how that will be defined, because certainly, the idea of FIFA would be that this would be very supportive of Vancouver. But I want to know how international events in my community might be supported by something like this. And I know that might seem strange to say international events when I come from a community of 12,000 people, but 15 to 20,000 people, Madam Speaker, go through the front gates every single year at the Williams Lake Stampede. And I can say that without question, as somebody who has spent countless hours in the Williams Lake Stampede arena and volunteering for that rodeo, I can tell you with absolute clear certainty that it is an international event that is attended by people from all over the world, and they absolutely love it. I also want to say that a community like mine in Williams Lake, where we use that infrastructure year-round, the proceeds from something like Bill 42 or like this major accommodation tax could be incredibly beneficial. I mean, we're talking about a stampede grounds that really is in the center of our community, that needs constant upgrades, and every time we have an event that is larger than the year before, we need more infrastructure. We need more everything. And not just infrastructure, but for events like that, and I'm sure that my community is not unique in any way other than it's one of the more beautiful in the province. I think that all of these events not only need infrastructure, but they often need extra policing, extra things like that, extra healthcare, extra ambulances, extra for all of these events. And I think that, and I don't see in Bill 42 where any of that is contemplated. And I can't stress this enough, this is exactly precisely why we need to have the opportunity to discuss this in committee stage so that we can understand, what defines a major event. Of course, we've already mentioned that it will, of course, be the benefit of 2.5%, which is obviously a large amount of money. I do want to talk a little bit about not necessarily events, but I want to talk about seasonal opportunities too that may be able to take advantage of something like Bill 42 and the legislation that it will bring. And that is events like, or facilities like Barkerville, which are obviously seasonal, but they attract an unbelievable amount of people to rural British Columbia and into the central interior. And of course, that is the benefit of all of us. All of us feel that excitement in the summer, and certainly throughout the Kootenays and the Okanagan, we all have a tourism season. But, facilities like Barkerville, if you haven't been there, it's absolutely amazing. But their infrastructure cost is outstanding. I mean, it is a lot of repairs there. And I think the members agreeing with me across the aisle here, but it is an incredible place. But they could certainly benefit from something like this. And again, it's why we need to discuss this fully. I mean, certainly, in the rodeo world, and that's what I'll talk about, I'm passionate about it, and I know you are too, Madam Speaker, but, events like Falkland and certainly the IPE in Armstrong, those are all world-renowned events. And I think that there is potential for them to benefit from this. And I think that it's important that we consider at least how this might play out through rural British Columbia. I know the focus for Bill 42, the PST Amendment Act, is basically sort of around FIFA, and I know that that's kind of the catalyst for this, but I just can't help but think that it could be so much more. And going back to the Williams Lake Stampede, and certainly referring to that word of reconciliation again, you know, the Stampede grounds in Williams Lake, and I'm sure it is similar to so many other facilities in this province, I can't help but think that that brings our entire community together. So there is a real reason for us to invest in that infrastructure and to support them. And the fact is, the cities benefit from this too. I know very often that people will start at the Williams Lake Stampede and they will go from there. I know that also sometimes they obviously end at the Williams Lake Stampede, and I've heard how they've toured British Columbia and how they've had an incredible opportunity to see what we're extremely spoiled to have, which is beautiful BC, of course. So I think it's important to note how this infrastructure has also created reconciliation in our community. And again, I can't help but note, welcome to the chair, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but note that, you know, just recently, Mr. Speaker, we were just talking about infrastructure in my community and how it might benefit from the legislation that's before us today with respect to Bill 42. But I was just noting that, you know, we've just recently used the Williams Lake Stampede grounds for a day of reconciliation on Truth and Reconciliation Day, of course, on September 30th. And, you know, that a lot of that infrastructure is getting pretty old. And so I guess what I was just trying to explain to the House is that while, you know, we're certainly considering this around FIFA, you know, what kind of a role could it play throughout the rest of the province and how beneficial it could be to so many else. I guess the other thing too that I wanted to ask in committee, and certainly if we do get to that point, of course, on this bill, I wanted to see how it will play out across other ministries. You know, certainly jobs and economic recovery should have sort of a role in helping with this. I mean, we talk about the idea that these events, these international tourism events, will be approved at the discretion of the minister in Bill 42. And I can appreciate that, but I think it's important to note how that decision will be arrived at and who will be involved in helping to make that decision. You know, we've talked often, certainly one of the colleagues here and I have talked often about rural development, and that is now a part of regional development. And I think that individual might agree that, you know, there's a potential here in Bill 42, if brought properly forward, could have a very serious impact, and so in a good way, potentially. And I guess what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is I don't want to see rural BC left out if there is a beneficial argument to carrying this forward into the rest of the province, and I think there is. And I think jobs and economic recovery, of course, that minister should have some opportunity to comment on these events that may or may not be approved by the minister. I also think, of course, of the tourism minister, who the past tourism minister has been supportive of the Williams Lake Stampede and its moment of need during COVID, and I've thanked that individual for her support. But I think it's important that the tourism minister be involved in those decisions, because it can't rest solely on the Minister of Finance, for instance. I think that has to be a decision that has to be made. And frankly, I think local MLAs should have an opportunity to plead their case, because it's not just the Williams Lake Stampede, as I was mentioning before, that are international events. I mean, you know, when I lived in Prince George, the Scott Tournament of Hearts, we had the good fortune of having the Scott Tournament of Hearts there. Now, while it's obviously a national event, a very fun one, by the way, Mr. Speaker, it was an incredible international draw to a beautiful city like Prince George. And of course, people were really able to enjoy that. But there was an unbelievable need for not only infrastructure, but extra policing, as I've mentioned before. There's obviously a potential to need extra medical care. I hope that's not the case, but often it happens, of course. But so I just can't help but think that these are questions that I think we all really wanted to discuss and have conversation about at the committee stage. I just want to touch a little bit on neighboring communities too. So earlier while I was speaking, I was talking about the support for a city like Vancouver. My concern is that what about the other communities around it that likely will take up some of that, some of the effort that will be needed to host events as big as FIFA and things like that. And while I can understand and appreciate that Vancouver would be certainly the focal point, there's many communities obviously around it, and certainly this could happen in other places where communities are bordering each other quite closely. Certainly places in the Okanagan that I can think of. But, you know, how will this bill support those communities that will also see increases in expense? And so I think that it's very important to understand how Bill 42 will support something like, you know, Vernon, but may be able to support smaller communities like Enderby that may also feel, you know, the pressure of those events. And I know that, you know, from my experience with the Williams Lake Stampede, I know that when our community is busy and at its capacity, very many communities around us, even an hour away in 100 Mile, are feeling the pressure of hosting that event. So it's really hosted by the entire Caribou-Chilcotin, and it is a challenge for all of us, right? And I think that that really needs to be noted in this bill. It needs to be appreciated that, you know, those communities that surround and are close to Vancouver certainly will need help. And I think that that needs to be considered. I also think that with respect to those communities, it may have an unintended consequence of making them under Bill 42 and with respect to the taxation, it may have a small competitive advantage. You know, if you're paying 2.5%, I know that we're not talking about a massive amount of money, but it could have an unintended consequence of having you know, a benefit for Richmond or Surrey or wherever. And I think that that also needs to be considered as well. I just want to touch one more time on reconciliation before I take my seat. I just think that we had, as a legislature, I think we had a really good opportunity to you know, extend reconciliation under the decision that was made last week around, and I'm not here to debate whether it was right or wrong. I think that those First Nations needed support, and I think they needed support from this legislature. And I spoke earlier when you were not in the chair, and I just want to touch on it again, that I can't help but think that if this bill had been produced or presented a week or two earlier, that it may have had an effect on that decision, only because, as I've said, we're not, you know, we might be talking about a small percentage on 1 or 2 hotel rooms, you know, for you and I. But when we spread that out over the Lower Mainland, we are talking about a very large amount of income. And I can't help but think that it would have changed the outcome of that decision if those numbers were factored in. Now, I don't know that they weren't, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that they weren't factored in. What I do know is that we need a committee stage on this bill to discuss exactly that. And I do worry that there was a very significant opportunity for reconciliation there, and that we may have missed that, and I'm sad for that. I just want to take the opportunity in closing just to give a quick shout out and a thank you to the tourism folks in my community, because they do an amazing job and they market in an amazing way to the world. And I think that they will be interested to know how Bill 42 would play out for them, because I know that the efforts that they put forth in Europe and in other parts of the world are just staggering. And I know that because of my role with the Williams Lake Stampede in the past. And I know that those efforts have largely been met with incredible success. And I know that now the Caribou-Chilcotin and certainly British Columbia is a hot spot for so many people throughout the world. And with respect to Bill 42, I think that consideration really needs to be made with respect to how we might pull this out into rural BC, and I hope that it will be. So thank you very much for allowing me to share my comments today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak briefly in favor of this bill. I appreciate the comments of my colleague from Caribou-Chilcotin, as well as his proactive vision about rural BC and looking forward with legislation like this. I appreciate those comments. As somebody that was in local government in the process of establishing MRDT for a region, I certainly recognize the value that it serves, and I think that this is a great opportunity to be able to expand that, to speak to some of the questions that I've heard while I've been in the House here. There were questions raised, for example, about what kind of criteria would be used by the minister to deem an expansion eligible, and so I'll just reiterate some of the potential criteria that would be considered would be things like whether or not it is an internationally recognized tourism event, whether it has great potential to draw significant out-of-province tourists and media attention, and whether it all around bolsters tourism, employment, and social economic benefits for people, which is the kind of things that we just heard as well. So I think that this is a great opportunity also to clarify, it is an opportunity to add up to 2.5% additional tax to be able to provide for those large events. And so it's one of those tools which I think provides the flexibility to local governments, to people on the ground to do so effectively. There was also a question around the consultation, and I know from the process in local government around consultation, this really impacts accommodators, and so the consultation process, I understand, particularly focused at accommodators to make sure that they understood and recognized the potential value here. So I think it's certainly an opportunity that I see some value in. I also, though, rise to the speaker prior, the member from Surrey Wyrock, went to great lengths to articulate why what I would say is somewhat offensive to myself in terms of saying that I am either incompetent or I interpreted that way. And I find it interesting that that same member spend a great deal of time talking about how we don't have enough time to discuss actively the material at hand here. So I appreciate the comments from the member from Caribou-Chilcotin, because I feel like that was time well spent to talk about ways that we can improve this. And to me, in the spirit of order and decorum in this place, I appreciate those kinds of comments, because I feel like they raise the level and the tenor of the discussion as opposed to bring it down. So thank you very much.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is, as I've said before, it's an honor and a privilege to get up to speak to any bill in this House. In this particular case, we are talking about Bill 42, the PST Amendments Act for 2022. Now, my understanding is that Bill 42 adds a new municipal regional district tax on designated major event accommodation areas. And what that effectively does is allow municipalities and/or regional districts to collect up to 2.5% of a tax in respect of international tourism events. And I think that that's great. I think that it's great that this government, the NDP, have finally figured out a way that the users actually should pay for something. And I think that's a good thing. Those that want to come and participate are actually going to have to pay to watch it. It's a rather refreshing change in attitude from this government that those who actually want to do it are actually going to pay. So I applaud them on that. That maybe there is hope and there is a glimmer of light, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, I digress. But there are an awful lot of things that will happen in the committee stage, and sadly, the new premier, in waiting, which will be, I understand, will take office as of Friday, has chosen that one of his first acts is to basically eliminate 1 week of debate. And here's a really important piece of legislation that's going to come on this floor that actually has some really valid debate. And you heard one of my colleagues speak to some of those very things. And I think that to lose those 4 days of debate, especially on this particular area, is problematic. And let's go over a couple of those. Now, this is brought in for the my understanding for the FIFA 2006 games, and I'm excited about that. It is one of the most massive tourism sporting events internationally in the world. Soccer, or in this case it's football, but soccer is, when it comes to an amateur sport, is the largest single amateur sport in Canada. It has got a strong participation by both men and women and boys and girls. And it's great to see that this type of tax could be used to help host an international event. However, one of the things that it talks about is what a region may be and who's affected by that region. And I'm going to go locally, because locally there are a couple of international events that happen in Abbotsford and in the neighboring riding of Abbotsford Mission. And let me go over, starting with my neighboring riding to the north. So Mission has an international racetrack, and it attracts some of the finest quarter-mile racing there is. It is an international event, and I would hope that perhaps on a major event that they have, that this 2.5% tax could go towards that. But here's one of the problems and why we need to hammer some of this out in the committee stage. And as I said, I am worried that yet once again closure is going to be invoked, and we will not have a chance to try and improve the legislation that could help that. And so here in Mission, they have a lack of hotel rooms, Mr. Speaker. So whenever they have a big event in Mission, Abbotsford's always very pleased about that, because that means that the hotel rooms in Abbotsford are going to be full. Because for those race events, those hotel rooms start to spill out. So some of the things that need to be talked about and discussed, Mr. Speaker, are how one goes about defining what that geographical area of effect will be. And it's important that we have the time to be able to, in committee stage, figure out what the specific mechanisms are and who gets to make the decision and what the criteria of that decision is, to which hotel rooms are going to be charged this new tax. And it's not to be taken lightly, Mr. Speaker. And then when Abbotsford has its international air show, which attracts tens of thousands of people, I think the record one year was 120,000 people. And if you have never been to the Abbotsford Air Show, I strongly suggest you go. And if you've never seen the Friday evening fireworks, that's the one. These guys actually attach pyrotechnics on their planes, and it is a sight to behold, Mr. Speaker. If you've never been, please come. Please come. It truly is a sight to behold. But it's not just people from British Columbia that come to this event. We get them who fly in actually from all around the world, mainly from the United States, but they do come from all over the world, Mr. Speaker. And Abbotsford actually has the exact same problem in that event that Mission does when it hosts a large racetrack event. And that problem is that we do not have enough hotel rooms for that 3-day event. And in addition to that, we also have the aerospace. The name is just. I'm having an infarct at the moment, Mr. Speaker. So you have the ADSI, the Aerospace and Defense meeting that happens generally just prior and/or during. And so the hotel rooms that are required. Actually, the last time it held, they had hotel rooms all the way out into Vancouver that were full with defense contractors. They had they actually had last year in I believe it was in the again, I'm having a brain infarct, Mr. Speaker. You'll have to the hotel at the Bayshore was where they had the ADSI thing, and there was hotel rooms that are booked throughout the entire Lower Mainland, because there just are not enough rooms in Abbotsford alone. So how would Abbotsford go about asking the minister? And the issue with that, Mr. Speaker, is that in the Lower Mainland, there's actually 2 regional districts that slam into one another. So there is Metro Vancouver, which is basically ends at the Langley-Abbotsford border. And then there is the Fraser Valley Regional District. So here you now have 2 potential regional districts that are affected by the Abbotsford International Air Show. What mechanisms are now going to be put in place to be able to discuss the criteria? Are these 2, what mechanisms are there going to be in place? And Abbotsford was unique, Mr. Speaker, that we actually for a while sat on both regional districts, and that had to do with the amalgamation of Matsqui and Abbotsford. So we actually sat in both Metro Vancouver and we sat on the Fraser Valley Regional District. Well, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, at times there was a tense relationship between those 2 regional districts, because quite often what was deemed important by one regional district was deemed not important or in fact intrusive by another. So how are you now going to get 2 regional districts, and it won't be the only ones in British Columbia that perhaps don't see eye to eye on everything, but how are those regional districts going to be approached? Who has the authority to be able to tell the regional districts what's going to be done? Who has the authority, and how is that all going to pan out? Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons why, why we should be here for what was already scheduled for the debate for the bills that are put through here. We've got the health care bill going through right now, Mr. Speaker, which is one of the largest bills in the history of this building in years, and it's currently being debated in committee stage now, and we've actually found some good information. So there's proof in the pudding as to why that is applicable to Bill 42, rather. We need the time to be able to sit down with the those that drafted this and iron out some of these, what seem to be subtle details, but are quite important. My colleague from up north came up with some very important reasons as to, in committee stage, what's going to be sorted out. And that's just the beginning, Mr. Speaker. So, would this be, if there was a time when, I remember fondly when we had the Molson races happen in Vancouver, and I know that some of the people in Vancouver, they hated the noise, but now that we have the electric cars that race, that don't pollute, Mr. Speaker, I think that those Formula E cars, I think, would be welcomed back. And that is also something that people came from all over the world to watch and participate in and see. And would that be considered something that the entire province should participate in this particular sales tax? There are other details, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that this can happen for 7 years prior, and then even afterwards it could be 7 years post, up to 7 years, up to the discretion of the minister. Well, cities, Mr. Speaker, have to have a balanced budget. They don't have the luxury of the province and the federal budgets of being able to run a deficit. They have to balance by statute, by law. So how are they going to collect this? What happens if the events go over? And part of the reason why this particular bill is important, why this tax is important, is the downloading of costs onto the cities that are going to host these events is extraordinary. You start off with traffic control. You start off with volunteers. You start off with all of the safeguards that are going to be in place. You start off with the extra policing, the extra fire, the extra ambulances that are going to be required for some of these events. Who pays for that? Either the event themselves or the city that is hosting it and putting it on. So it would make sense that during committee stage, and I hate to beat that dead horse, that we're not going to have the opportunity, it looks like, to discuss these finer details, to actually make this bill better, or at least maybe these ideas have already been thought of, but at this stage, we don't have the answers to those. And I am sure that there are a lot of cities and or regional districts that are going to want to know what these are, because they'll be excited to actually host an international event, such as our First Nations were excited to hold the Olympics. And it seems interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to bring this in for FIFA. It could have been applied for the Olympics, yet before this bill hit the floor of the House, the Olympics were rejected out of hand. And the reason that's important, Mr. Speaker, is that there was many First Nations that were looking forward to putting and hosting those on. Perhaps, I would like to know, in committee stage, were they consulted? Did they even know that this legislation was coming here? Did they know that this was a funding formula that they could have used? Could this have saved that bid? It seems to me that it's important to talk with First Nations if we truly want to have reconciliation. Perhaps it would have avoided the hard feelings that rejecting those Olympics out of hand had. And I think that, our Premier in waiting perhaps was a little hasty in the decision to just axe that. It seems to me that there could have been time, once this bill had been sorted out, that maybe this could have saved that. And it would have answered the questions for a lot of folks that are against the Olympics because they thought it would be a burden on the taxpayers. This would have been a user pay for the Olympics, perhaps. Sadly, we won't ever know, because this bill came after the Olympic bid was canceled. And I think that that's just going to rub a little salt in the wound of our partners who thought that we meant, we truly meant what we say when we were talking about reconciliation. I think it's a missed opportunity, and I think it's now going to create hard feelings and push reconciliation backwards, especially when they find out that there was a funding stream that may have not even been discussed with them, Mr. Speaker. But I want to go back to Abbotsford. And I want to go back to, on section number 1, it defines a major event area. Well, I'd sure like to know whether or not the Abbotsford International Air Show would qualify. It's one of the largest of its kind in the world. Would it even qualify? Based on the numbers that it draws, it very well might. And the Abbotsford International Air Show is under a ton of financial pressures, Mr. Speaker. They went through COVID. They were able to do something even through COVID, but it took its toll. It took its toll on their bottom line. It took its toll on their budget. And when you consider that this is a weather-dependent event, which most international events, I would suggest, may very well be, would that help preserve what is truly one of British Columbia's, I think, jewels when it comes to an event? Would the PNE, who also went through hardships during COVID and got caught in the whole snafu of they are part of the city of Vancouver and didn't qualify for federal money that was out there for COVID because they are an entity of Vancouver, a very small line in all of what they are, an entity of Vancouver, denied the PNE from any money from the feds. Would this particular Bill 42 apply for the PNE? Because it's also, many would say, an international event. When we take a look at things like the tall ships, the tall mast ships that have come here numerous times, how about the Vancouver International Fireworks? Would that qualify? These are questions that during the committee stage, which we've been robbed of time of, I don't think we're going to get to the bottom of, nor be able to get to the answer to that. I find that, I think that the people of British Columbia, especially for something like this, because let's face it, after COVID, we're all looking for something fun to do. We all want life to get back onto the rails, Mr. Speaker. And Bill 42 could help not only restore some of our beloved institutions that financially are in trouble, but it could also help spur new ones. It could help with this seed of ideas that people have for a new international event for it to take place. But there's so many questions that are left unanswered. And I wonder whether or not we're actually going to have the time to be able to go through most of these issues with the minister to find out exactly how that's all going to unfold, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, it seems to be something that this government does again and again and again and again. You know, this side of the House is not against the idea. What we're against is the fact that it's being pushed through without any chance to debate it, any chance to dig into the details. Good democracy, Mr. Speaker, requires sunlight, they say. It requires that ability to sanitize things, to open it up and be transparent. And this does not help, especially when one considers the award that this government got for being the most secretive government. This doesn't help. What would help, if you want to get rid of that moniker, is to allow the proper time to debate bills in the committee stage. It needs to happen more than just here, Mr. Speaker. Actions speak louder than words. And sadly, the actions of this government thus far, be it a good idea or bad, is to just push it through. And we all know that this is going to pass. The government has the numbers. The government can pass anything it wants. But just because you can does not mean you should. Just because you can do something without consultation, without debate, without exposing the books to understand how the regulations work, doesn't mean you actually should, Mr. Speaker. And you will hear from this side of the House, a fair amount of the large complaints that we have is the fact that these things do seem to be going through without proper consultation and without the ability for this side of the House to go, oh, excuse me, have you thought of this? By the way, we've been talking to some of our constituents. We've been talking to some of the groups that have spoke out to us, and they have pointed out A, B, and C of flaws that they see in any particular bill, including Bill 42. So, as I was saying, what is that major event? What is that area going to look like? What kind of governments are going to be involved? What happens when it's, more than one regional district? Should it be the entire province? Should it also be, how do the events themselves ask for it? If the cities, for instance, can't be bothered to do it, can an event come directly to the province and ask? And does the minister have the right to now force it upon a city that, yes, you will be charging this tax whether you want to or not, and it will be going towards this event? Maybe the minister should have that right. But these are all questions that currently are not really answered. Section 3 enables that tax to be put on accommodations in a major event areas and sets the maximum rate to 2.5%. So is that going to be, who decides whether it's 2.5? Who decides whether it's going to be 1%? What are the triggering criterias that are going to determine whether it's at the maximum rate? And does the minister have the right to override that 2.5 in the future? Can we make it 4%? Can we make it 0.25%? These are questions that during the committee stage, this side of the government would probably ask the minister, rightfully so, to get a definition and the rule book so that these events can actually figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to apply for that. Now, Section 12 establishes the criteria for regulation enabling major events, accommodation taxes, including the circumstances by which a municipality must apply for the tax, and that the minister must be satisfied there is a major international tourism event. Well, what does that mean exactly? Does the Abbotsford International Air Show count? Does one of the huge trophy races at Mission Raceway that's international, does that account? Do the tall ships that I was talking about count that have come into Vancouver and come into Steveston that happen on a regular basis? These are just like, we heard about the Williams Lake Rodeo, also an international event. Barkerville's toured by people from all over the world. They will rent motorhomes, which they get from Abbotsford, by the way, one of the largest places to rent a motorhome in all of North America is in Abbotsford. And they will rent those motorhomes and travel to that. Should those motorhomes be applicable to the 2.5% tax? Maybe it's something that's missing in this legislation that should be put in that tax, Mr. Speaker. So there's some questions on Section 12 in this legislation that rightfully deserve the time and the light and the sanitation during the committee stage that we need to be able to go through. So additionally, subsection 12 limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality or regional district per respective tourism event. Well, as I was saying before, that's a huge issue. And the Lower Mainland alone, there's two of them that butt right up to one another, and they share the costs of an event. Langley and Vancouver rent out hotel rooms for the Abbotsford International Air Show. Langley and Chilliwack, two different regional districts, actually will be hotel rooms for some of the major events that happen in Mission. And it's not just the race that happens. Mission actually is known for some great Shakespeare as well, and has some international concerts. So there's another one, Mr. Speaker. We have the Merritt Mountain Music Festival that takes place. People from all over go there, and they actually go there in motorhomes as well. So in that ticket and renting out of those motorhomes that happens in that event, should that be applicable? It has a drastic effect on the small town of Merritt itself. Now Merritt loves it because it's a huge economic stimulus, but would these also be some of those questions? And I think that there is a huge glaring red flag in this one, that it limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality or regional district. Just on the face of it alone, Mr. Speaker, I have pointed out why I think that we deserve the time with the minister to go through this section by section by section, or clause by clause by clause before it becomes a section, so that we can actually help improve this particular bill. I haven't heard anyone on this side of the House say that they're against this particular bill. It's a common way that many places, like it was mentioned to me that Las Vegas, for instance, has up to a 13% tax that actually helps pay for their infrastructure. And Las Vegas has become a worldwide destination, and what Las Vegas has done is found a way for those that want to come and play in Las Vegas. Not only do they do what happens stays in Las Vegas, so to speak, but so does some of their hard-earned money that goes towards their infrastructure. It's not a bad idea, and there's merit to this idea. We just wish that instead of taking an extra week off, that the premier in waiting, we're all going to be here, Mr. Speaker. We're all going to be here anyway. We have meetings already lined up. We're going to be here. Open up the darn house and let's do the business while we're here. It makes no sense for the Premier-elect to have a 2-week party. The Prime Minister of England that just got replaced didn't do that. The King of England didn't do that. Let's get to do the business that the taxpayers have paid us to do. It makes no sense, especially when one takes a look at the massive amount of bills that are being put into this House, to not have the ability to discuss those bills, to critique those bills, and to make those bills better on behalf of the taxpayers of British Columbia, especially on this bill, because it could affect every corner of British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and it could actually be beneficial to every corner of British Columbia. To shortchange the citizens of British Columbia by not allowing the debate is shameful, quite frankly. Let's all get to work. We're going to be here anyway. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All right, sorry, there we go. Member for Penticton is ready to speak.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the little allotment of time to have a quick move. By the way, you're spending a lot of time in that chair, so thank you for doing that today. I know there's extenuating circumstances, but thank you for covering. I just want to finish or start where my peer from Abbotsford South just in his second or third last breath started a conversation about the opportunity that is presentable to us here in the legislature. And I look across the hall or across the legislature at my friends that are in government, and I ask, and I look up at the camera and I ask those in the offices in the legislature, in government, and those that are going to be coming in, i.e. the Premier in waiting. And I would just ask a direct request. As the member from South Abbotsford said, we're here. We had this time blocked off. We had the time allocated for the fall session. And yes, there have been changes, but there is an opportunity, and it's not fait accompli yet. I just, a few moments ago, came from the Douglas Fir Room, where I looked at the member from Prince George Valemont in discussion with the Minister of Health. And I looked at a binder for the new health regulations. It's this thick. I know we can't hide things, but the bill is about yay thick, but the binder of questions is this thick. Right now, after 2 days of very good dialogue between.
Of course, the appropriate position for discussion on health bill is at the health bill. So let's stay on Bill 42, the provincial sales tax.
Just using it as an analogy that there is an opportunity to carry on with not only Bill 42, but with the other bills that are in the House at this point in time. And again, I would just ask, let's have some sober second thought here and just think about this. We are scheduled to be here in Victoria. We have the opportunity. Staff are here. We've all made arrangements at our homes, with our families, with our constituency offices, and more importantly, or as important, with the citizens that we represent, to be here in Victoria over this specific period of time. And yes, the government, in their wisdom or whatever, is bringing forward these bills and trying to get these things through, but democracy entitles the opportunity of scrutinization of these bills, especially whether it's the health bill or this brand new bill, Bill 42, that is coming in, that has and could have a dramatic effect on the area that I represent. We heard the member from Abbotsford South talking about the Abbotsford International Air Show. I don't think I can count on my fingers and toes how many times that I've been to Abbotsford, flying down personally. I'm very fortunate to have that ability to go to that show. That is a major international event in the province of British Columbia. The bill appears to be built up around FIFA, which will be another incredible catch for British Columbia. When you look at Expo 86 and you look at the Olympics and bring in FIFA here, or bring in the Molson races that the member from Abbotsford South talked about. But you know what's just as big where I come from? Grand Fondo. Wonderful opportunity. Ironman, a wonderful opportunity. Another great one. Area 27 to the south of us that hosts international racers that come in. Apex Freestyle. The Pacific Northwest attends one of the best ski hills in the province. I'm not going to say that Big White just got 4th in North America, but Apex is a wonderful ski hill to grow up on and to raise a family on and to be able to ski. I look at the opportunities that this bill could have. But as the member said, and from Abbotsford South, and also in the bill, and some of the requirements of this is establishes a criteria for regulation enabling major events, accommodation taxes, including the circumstances by which a municipality must apply for the tax, and that the minister must be satisfied there is a major international tourism event. Additionally, subsection 12 limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality or a regional district per the respective tourism event. Grand Fondo, Regional District, City of Penticton, Corporation of Summerland, And if I remember correctly, it still goes through the town of Oliver. So all of a sudden there's 4 there. So, these are the things that we should be able to debate, or to, more importantly, ask of the minister in committee stage to see if there can be amendments on it. Maybe this bill was designated and derived and conceived to help Vancouver with FIFA. But with all due respect to Vancouver, the Okanagan and other areas in this province, we heard about Barkerville being talked about. We heard about the Williams Lake Stampede. There are so many other things that happen in the province of British Columbia that bring people in from the Pacific Northwest. I look at Wine Fest, where I come from. The Okanagan produces some incredible world-class wines today. But right across the border is another opportunity that has grown, to my understanding, where we're getting people from Washington State and Oregon and Idaho coming up to the Okanagan and areas to sample those incredible wines that we have. And in reciprocity, we are able to go down there. But when you have these events, like what are being discussed here so far, the large events, if you put them on a scale, my gosh, Grand Fondo. Oh, if I said 2,500, I'm underestimating it. I think it was closer to 3,200 or 3,300 people. We'll put that on an appropriate scale to Vancouver. I mean, it could blow FIFA out of the water. But it's a huge event for our area that encompasses a regional district and those town sites that I just spoke about. Are they going to have the opportunity underneath this bill to have the same opportunity of getting an MRDT taxation put in to help offset some of the costs? Coming from local government? No. It wasn't a proud day in my life as the mayor of Penticton, where we chose to drop the Ironman originally. Ironman changed hands. It became by a hedge fund based out of Florida. The local ownership, a gentleman that has homes in the Pacific Northwest but has always called Penticton his base, he decided that he wanted to sell, and circumstances, and it was sold to this hedge fund. And the hedge fund walked into city council and said, "Here's the bill. This is what it's going to cost you." And we took a look at what we had just come through, 2008, the downturn, and unfortunately where there were layoffs, and not only at the city of Penticton, but also at the regional district. And we said, no, we can't afford that. We ended up going with a company by the name of Challenge out of Europe, Germany specifically, that came, and they tried, but they only had 1.5 events. They had the main Challenge event in Penticton and kind of a half event on the East Coast. They just didn't have the depth of field. And to the attaboys, to the people of Penticton and to the last city council, they went back with Ironman. And if I remember correctly, there was 1,250, almost 1,300 participants in Ironman in Penticton. But again, those people come in, they don't come in just for the race day. They usually come in 2, 3, 4, up to a week earlier. They're always on the course. They're always utilizing the facilities that we have in Penticton, whether it's hotels, whether it's bed and breakfasts, whether it's Airbnbs. And that's another question right off the top of my head right there. A lot of them collect provincial tax. Are they going to have that opportunity also, which would help offset some of the other expenses? So would the minister be looking at the opportunity of letting Airbnbs and bed and breakfasts, short-term rentals, where provincial tax is paid and they're part of it, would they be able to qualify underneath this new legislation, where that money stays in the community over a period of time and helps regenerate that event on a continual basis? I don't want to tell you right now how much the city of Penticton's forking over for Ironman. Is it worth it? I'm going to say yes. It's bringing back an incredibly prestigious event to the area, but there's a huge cost attached to it. And kudos to whoever initiated this, whether it was the city of Vancouver, or whether it was the ministry staff that came up with this idea of being able to add a 2.5% MRDT tax for specificity of an event. Also 7 years that they're giving. I heard a little bit earlier, this could be 7 years pre, 7 years post to try and help it? What do you do with an annual event like Ironman? So that's going to be some of the questions that, I think in committee stage that could make a great big difference in this House so that we all know. And I'm sure, I don't know about some of the other events that are here on Vancouver Island that bring people up from Washington State. What qualifies, and on that ratio basis, as an international event? I look at Peach Festival in Penticton. I look at the beautiful floats that come, and those representing the communities from Washington, Idaho, and Oregon that come up to Penticton, bring families up for a visit, especially with the dollar the way it is. It's an incredible bargain for those people to come up from across the line right now and be hosted for a city like Penticton. But you know what? They don't just stay in Penticton. They go through the Naramata Bench. They go visit the orchards in whatever season. So right at the end, that's almost at the end of peach time, i.e. Peach Festival, the start of some of the apple season, some of the cherries. These people are visiting everywhere in our community and making a difference. But do we have a chance to qualify under Bill 42? I'm not so sure. I wish the minister was here to be frank, that I could get the odd nod or the odd wink to say, yeah, you do, but not. But during committee stage, we're able to go through this on a continual basis and ask about these things. And I had mentioned some of the other events. Let's jump over to one. How about the Shriners, International Shriners? On a regular basis, a rotational basis, come into Penticton. Those people come literally from all over North America. And one that we're missing, and we miss it terribly, is the annual Church of God. They would come into Penticton, set up a massive tent, utilize all of our facilities, and have a wonderful convention. And I can tell you, being a retailer, we would, Mr. Speaker, we were known as a big coat house, and a lot of these people came from everywhere. And we would always have 2 tranches of fall goods coming in. Made a big difference, and don't forget, that's a backbone of our community, are those small businesses, my family's business included on it. One other one I've got for you right now is the Young Stars, a terrific event organized by Scotty Carter, Andrew Jacobite at the time, a councillor, Stan Schmiel, who happens to live in the neighborhood that I live in, all negotiated over the fence while I was cutting the lawn, and Andrew Jacobite ran with it, and we created the Young Stars in our event center, the South Okanagan Event Center. And I mean, we draw people from everywhere, and the hope is that this will continue to build, so we will start drawing just not only the Canucks and people from Alberta, but you know what? Just across the line, with the Kraken, is a new team. So we're hoping that this is going to continue to gel. But would that have an opportunity to qualify underneath this? I'm just not sure. I mentioned the opportunity of where this could fit, and I just like to bring it up again as the minister, because we want fairness and equity in our province and on a scale. But is there an opportunity that we could have this so that it does apply to the Airbnbs that are rented out? Is there an opportunity that a bed and breakfast, when they're paying provincial tax, that we could apply a MRDT to that, specific to an event, or short-term rentals? There are short-term rentals that take place in the Okanagan on a continual basis, especially during the summer months. And is that opportunity going to be there? I hope it will be, but again, we just don't have that opportunity to sit and have a good discussion, and a fair and reasonable discussion and question over during a committee stage of the minister and the minister's staff. And I would really like to again just ask that we take another look at this, of what transpires in the legislature. And the opportunities that are going to be missed over the next couple of weeks. We have so many of these bills, and I understand the government wants to get a lot of this stuff forward and maybe clean the plates off for a new incoming premier, but a lot of these bills mean a lot to most of us here, whether it's in government or it's in official opposition. And the democratic process has been talked about, where we have that opportunity to sit and discuss this. Not argue about it, discuss it and ask questions about a direction and how was this perceived and how was this, or did you think about this, Minister? Or did you take into effect what Bill 42 would be doing to the Williams Lake Stampede, or could do to the Williams Lake Stampede, or Barkerville, or in the community that I come from, Grand Fondo. I look at the participation in that from kids, and they have the race the day before for the little ones, and they have all those stars that come literally from the Pacific Northwest to ride in it, that donate their time to get kids interested in riding bikes again and to get kids out and about and getting fresh air. How can we work this in so that Grand Fondo wouldn't have to keep coming to the city of Penticton on a continual basis for the allowance? It's a lot bigger than a stipend that we have to give, but the city gives money to these various organizations to host these events, which in turn is to draw people in to the city, which is a perfect opportunity to have an MRDT, which will help offset those costs, because those people visiting, as the member from Abbotsford South said about Las Vegas. I think I overheard it. Las Vegas was like 13% or something like that, where all that money gets jammed in to make it a bigger and better show down there. So if we could have that opportunity and have that opportunity of discussion so that we could utilize some of those funds from Bill 42 in Penticton and area and the regional district. And the regional district is in our area, regional district, Okanagan, Similkameen, but that area is literally used, and it's a full entity by Ironman, a lot by Grand Fondo, and a lot of those smaller communities that have motels. It's probably is a good way to say it. Where they could be making a contribution to it. And it's difficult because the tax base in some of these areas isn't that large, because it's encompassed of farms and orchards and vineyards and smaller wineries. If that opportunity would be able to be presented to them, it just gives them that much more to help promote some of the events that they do, like Wine Fest. I mean, my gosh, and I would invite everybody in this legislature to come on up to the Okanagan. Come and see, how the people in the Okanagan and areas, Okanagan and Similkameen, have learned how to put sunshine in a bottle. And it makes a huge benefit for not only Wine Fest, but for other opportunities to have this, where we could source that 2.5% additional tax specific to events, specific to the municipalities, plural, because in smaller areas, and you heard the former speaker say that everybody combines for the Abbotsford Air Show. Well, we do the same thing. Yes, it's on a different scale, but on a ratio, I'll make you bet it's just as good as a show being put on by the Abbotsford Air Show, or the PNE, the Pacific National Exhibition. I mean, so please, I would just ask, again, of the people across the way. We're here in Victoria. We have the opportunity to carry on and have these open discussions. And I don't know when, and maybe some are more enlightened than I am, when this is actually going to get to a committee stage, if it's going to get to a committee stage here. So being direct, on the bill, Section 1 of this new bill that's coming forward defines a major event area. Again, you've heard my concerns and many concerns about what that actually is. Has it been considered then something outside of the Lower Mainland, where, i.e. a FIFA? We've heard talk in here today about where a proposal was being put forward for the first Indigenous Olympic event. That could possibly be coming at some point in the future. Maybe is what some of my peers have said, this could have made a difference on that. We get into Section 3, It enables the tax on accommodation in major event areas. And again, major event area in the Okanagan might not be major event in the Lower Mainland, but it sure is a major event for us. And it sets that maximum tax rate at 2.5%. Then we have to go back if the period of time for raising funds, and from what I understand, and I hope it's true, is that there is the opportunity of up to 7 years before and up to 7 years after, and that's only perceived, I think, at this point in time. But what happens if you have an annual event? What happens to that event? Are you able to offset the amounts that are collected on a per annum basis as that goes through? Because having that type of funding for events like what I've mentioned here over the possibility of 14 years, unbelievable. And what if there's more than one event? I've just named off some of the events that are international to our area because of the people where we draw from. That catchment area, is that going to be an issue? Or is it just one event that you're allowed to have? Or can it be a multitude of events? You heard me talk about Section 12, and I'll repeat it again. It establishes the criteria for regulation enabling major event accommodation taxes, including the circumstances by which a municipality must apply for the tax, and that the minister must be satisfied. And there's another step. And I say this with the utmost respect to those in government. But, do we have to literally beg, get on our hands and knees and say, here is a major event for us? Yes, it's not FIFA. No, it's not Expo. No, it's not the Olympics. But it's a major event for the area that we live in, to the minister, that is a major international tourism event. And additionally, subsection 12 limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality. And you've heard me speak about this and heard other people, because in the smaller areas, we all have to work together. And by the way, if you want to talk about a large area like the Lower Mainland, just think if they all work together on it. Think about that. That would be stunning. Think about Victoria here with all the various municipalities all within a stone's throw of each other. If they collectively worked on something to bring tourism back, a major international tourism event, like the sailing race that's based out of Victoria that goes around the island, or the sailing race based out of Victoria that goes to Hawaii. Two that I can just think off the top of my head, but just think if they were all able to work together. Because I can tell you, I walk a lot in this community when I'm here, and Government Street don't look so good these days. There's a lot of empty places and a whole bunch more empty places coming where it says closeout sale. So if we could collectively make a difference in this here in this community and other communities, it would be better for all of us. But again, this is an opportunity that is given to us when we get into committee stage, where we get to ask those questions of not only the minister, but ministerial staff, that have made these regulations up. I just really hope that the new incoming premier, and I'll issue congratulations. He's not sworn in yet, but I'll issue congratulations. But he'll take a look at this and think and listen to what is being said from the opposition side of the House, and I'll make you a bet. I'll make you a bet in here that there are those in government side that are saying, we got a few questions on this that we ourselves maybe should be contemplating in here. We're here in Victoria. We have that opportunity to extend the session, to not only talk about Bill 42, not only talk about the new Health Act that's coming through, not only talk about a bill that was just introduced today, where we're not going to have the opportunity, as it appears, to be able to have these discussions during a committee stage. I just really hope that also that we encompass First Nations in this. And I look at home, over the years how the powwows that the Penticton Indian Band has had. Is there an opportunity for those on reserves / Indian bands? Would they have that opportunity to source some of those funds, because they're part of our community? Penticton and the Penticton Indian Band, the only thing that separates this in Penticton is a river canal that goes down the middle, and there's so many people in Penticton have always wanted to fill that damn thing in, so that there is not amalgamation, but there is that opportunity of more things back and forth. And I really think there's a good opportunity here to be inclusive of those here in the province who we recognize all the time and we are building stronger and stronger relationships with, but they're continually challenged financially. So how could we work together on something like that? How could we work with all those bands in the Lower Mainland that they themselves, have functions that may fit underneath this? And I'll make you a bet that municipalities and regional districts would be taking a look at some form of funding to help out with that. But right now, literally, with everybody is a little bit tight, and probably going to, unfortunately, get a little bit tighter as this economy, because everything I read, all the pundits are saying, we're not at the top of the bell curve anymore. We're on the slippery side of the bell curve and heading down. And you read everything that is transpiring, not only in British Columbia, Canada, or North America, but around the world. We're going to have to be cognizant of that. And that means we're all going to have to work a lot harder together and a lot smarter and a lot more efficiently to be able to continue to draw people to the area that we know is literally famous around the world for tourism events and tourism opportunities, to bring them in. But we have to be cognizant that times are changing in this world. So, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to kind of extend the bounds around Bill 42. It is an important bill, just like other bills here in this House are important. But what's really important is the opportunity to continually to partake in what this House gives each and every one of us, but also, more importantly, gives the citizens of British Columbia that each and every one of us represent from our specific areas, and that's democracy. And I really, really think that the government of British Columbia, governed by the New Democratic Party, I really think that democracy is incredibly important to each and every one of us. And when we take a look around the world today, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in South America, we have the opportunity to shine brightly here in British Columbia. We have the opportunity to show the people that we represent that we do things that other countries' citizens, not other countries' citizens, wish they had an opportunity to partake in, to watch their elected officials conduct the business of the country or the province or the state, but the province for us, in a democratic process. And unfortunately, there are many, myself included, that I think the democratic process has been unfortunately pushed aside for the incoming new Premier and the events that have been scheduled around it, where we have the opportunity to say, okay, yes, those can happen over here, but the rest of us in this House can do the work that we're elected here to do, which is to do the work of the citizens and the people of British Columbia and to do it in a democratic way. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Member. Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my honor to get up and speak to Bill 42, the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment Act. And really, at first glance of this, is something that speaks to what has been important in my political career since 2004. And that's economic development. For British Columbians, for Canadians, and especially for First Nations in this day and age, from 2004 to 2017. The economy and the inclusion of First Nations in the economy is what's actually turned things around for my community and my members of my community and my band council. It's been 180 degrees, so we're no longer talking about poverty or the Indian Act, mainly because we got included in the economy, and especially under the principles of Section 35 and the pursuant case law. But in respect of what I've listened to my colleagues talk about in terms of the process that's in place, for the BC Legislature in the context of what we do down here as MLAs. And it relates to the debates that we have on all the bills in this House. And I do like to use my time here in the Legislature as well as back home to try and educate people in terms of the process and what we're doing down here, because it's quite complicated. For new MLAs, it takes at least a year or 2 years just to find the bathroom, let alone try to figure out the process. So really, for all the people watching at home, this is second reading of Bill 42, the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment Act. First reading is more or less just an announcement to announce that, yes, this is what we're going to be talking about. But second reading mainly is an opportunity for every MLA in this legislature to get up and speak up to half an hour on what they think about a bill that's actually being presented. And so far, we've heard a lot of conversation on this side and a lot of debate on this side of the House in terms of Bill 42. Really, where the in-depth discussion happens in terms of a Bill 42, or any bill for that matter, actually happens in third reading, committee stage. And that, for the many people at home, that means every single clause in a bill like Bill 42 is examined and debated and voted on whether or not each single clause should pass. So if you consider a bill like the Health and Occupations bill that's being discussed right now on third reading in the other House, 645 sections, the minister and the critic and any other interested MLAs will go in there and they'll analyze every single clause, 275 pages. It's quite the job, but it's part of the Westminster model. And this is what I like so much about this style of governance, because it's a fundamental component of accountability and transparency. So normally, we were all considering before last week that November 7th to 10th would be our break week, meaning we wouldn't be here in the legislature. That was planned a long time ago. We all knew it. It's not necessarily a break week in a context that we all go home and sit around and watch TV, because we all got constituency work to do. We all got files and meetings we have to attend to back home, so it's not necessarily a break week. I don't want people thinking it's a holiday. But in terms of what's going to happen, we're going to have an extra week of break in this legislature, and that'll be from the 14th to the 18th. And why this matters is because we got massive issues that we're debating here in this legislature. But we will not get to committee stage on many of these bills. And I don't know what stage we're at in terms of that massive health bill that they're debating right now, but it's questionable whether or not we can accomplish the full debate on every single bill in this House in 1 week. That's all we'll have left is 1 week. And we haven't really gotten to committee stage yet on what I think is a bill that is meant to address what has been characterized as Canada's shame. That is the situation that Aboriginals find themselves in BC and Canada. And that's a bill that's meant to give the option to First Nations to have jurisdiction over children in care. I mean, the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment, Bill 42, that's an important bill. And I can't really think of any other bill that doesn't have importance. Because a lot of bills, like the Children in Care bill, really speaks to society, social ills. Whereas the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment Act, for the most part, speaks to economic development and a revenue base for municipalities to actually raise money in the event of an international event being proposed for their cities or municipalities. But in saying that, I mean, we would have been able to address whether or not this government consulted First Nations as promised in the UNDRIP bill. And up to now, every single bill that's passed through this House has not been consulted on as per the terms of UNDRIP bill that was passed in this House. In committee stage, we would have asked those same questions, and we probably would have got the same response. No, we did not consult the 204 bands that hold title in BC, but we consulted the Leadership Council, or maybe we consulted the Taxation Authority, the First Nations Taxation Authority, who's actually done work in terms of addressing PST and GST. So I don't know the answers to that, and I doubt I'll get those answers to that because we won't get to committee stage in this. And if we do, it'll be very short-lived. There'll be a short time limit on whether or not we can get some of the answers to that. But I do know that this bill was specifically to fund the FIFA soccer games, 2026 games, which will be partly hosted in Vancouver. And I also understand that there's provisions in this that the minister has to decide whether or not the minister is satisfied that the event in question is actually a major international event. Well, a number of my colleagues have talked about international events, and I guess the definition is going to be important, and we could have debated that, especially the definition in terms of what has been happening in BC since 2004. And from 2004 and 2017, there was true reconciliation happening in BC. And you could see it in terms of the partnerships between First Nation municipalities, between the provincial government and First Nations. But in terms of the definition, First Nations and municipalities have been working together for years, for decades. And they've slowly started to understand that they actually need each other. I'll give you an example, North American Indigenous Games. I mean, everywhere from North America to South America, they have annually games. But First Nations can't host these massive games on their own. They need partnerships. They don't have the facilities, they don't have the hotels. They need partnerships with municipalities and the province. So Bill 42 could have spoke to a component of that in terms of some of the topics that always get brought up in terms of funding these types of events. And I don't see any mention in the amendment of Bill 42, any mention of First Nations, which is quite surprising because revenue sharing has been a topic in BC for as long as I've been in politics, since 2003. It's never really materialized the way First Nations envisioned, but it did come out over 10 years ago with the mining ministry, for example. And there's smaller examples where there was maybe pilot exercises in this respect. And I think this would be a great opportunity if there was consultation with 204 bands in BC in terms of this, not for the purposes of First Nations to basically collect the revenue coming from the proposed provincial sales tax of 2.5%, but talk about sharing in the collection and in the disbursement. Because these huge events benefit everybody. And First Nations, more than ever, we know they don't want to be excluded, but we know more now they want to be included in everything that's happening around them, in everything that's happening in BC. And I don't see any language of that in terms of Bill 42. And in fact, I don't see anything in relation to First Nations in this amendment, which is quite surprising. Given the amount of work that First Nations have done on taxation, I don't even see any mention of Treaty First Nations, who are no longer bands under the Indian Act. They're no longer status Indians under the Indian Act. They're a bit of a hybrid now under the Constitution of Canada, and they're almost categorized now as a municipality with the ability to create and collect taxes. And I know there's a complicated agreement that they have between Canada and BC as a vehicle to make that happen, but there's no mention of that in terms of treaty bans, in terms of Niska or Tsawwassen. And I'm sure Niska, who I know very well, and we celebrated 19 years anniversary here just last year of the signing of the treaty, I know they'd be very interested in understanding the nature of Bill 42 and what that would mean to them and what that would mean to the region. I'll give you another example. The All-Native in Prince Rupert. One of the biggest Aboriginal tournaments in BC, and it's been around for over 35 years. My father played in it. I played in it. I'm actually in the Hall of Fame. Actually in the Hall of Fame. I had to put that in there for vanity's sake, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. Can we strike that from the record? Any other basketball players in here? No? No other basketball players? I digress. Sorry about that. But the All-Native tournament in Prince Rupert actually has international components. Basketball players come from Alaska. They come from Heidelberg. They come from Nia Bay, just south of the border. In fact, the last time I played, we had players coming from places like Indiana. Does this define an international event? We could have debated that. And we could have debated not only for this, but as my colleagues have said, we could have debated whether or not rodeo events could qualify under this. We're also could have debated in committee stage the idea of fairness. Because it's a great bill. I agree. 2.5% for municipalities to help bear the cost of hosting these events, that's actually a pretty good idea, but will it be fair? And as an example, what will the approval process for the municipalities look like? And how do we ensure a level playing field between communities? Especially given the fact that this bill limits the designation of a taxable area to one municipality or regional district per respective tourism event. It would have been perfect to debate this at committee stage, clause by clause, but we're not going to have that opportunity to the full extent of what our process is designed to do in terms of this legislature. There are a number of different important clauses in Bill 42. And like I said, I think it's an important bill, but it excludes First Nations. And I do understand that if I did get to ask questions in committee stage, which I probably won't get to because we're going to take an extra week off from this legislature, I would have asked the consultation process. But this one would have went deeper. Because in the news for the last 6 months, we knew there was a First Nation group that was putting together a bid to host the Olympics. And this goes back to the idea of what I said when First Nations are appreciating the fact that they're being included in the society and economy of BC to the level where they want to promote economic development in BC. They want to bring tourism and infrastructure projects to BC that benefit all of us, First Nations and non-First Nations alike. And this Olympic bid was a perfect example of that. So it was quite disappointing. I agree with the Minister of Tourism when she said that they were incredibly disappointed. I can only imagine the disappointment, given the amount of money these band leaders, these Aboriginal leaders, must have put into it just to put this bid together. An incredible accomplishment, not only to get the First Nations together, to collaborate, to work together, but also to have the courage to go out on an international stage and for the first time promote something that benefits British Columbia and Canada. In this case, it was a group of First Nation leaders who were promoting, at the highest level, reconciliation. And I don't think we've really examined or understood the full impact of what these Aboriginal leaders felt when they were told, not to their face, by the way, but over a Zoom call, that they would not be supported by this government. Even though we've had many debates in this House about UNDRIP and self-determination, and we're supposed to have a in-depth investigation of the Children in Government Care bill that's been tabled here in the Legislature. And elected Councillor Wilson Williams went so far to say that their group felt very disrespected. Not only that the provincial government wouldn't support their bid, but also the way it was communicated to them and the way they were treated in terms of the provincial government's decision. He said it feels like he got kicked in the teeth. And for those of you that don't know what it's like to be a First Nations leader, there's an incredible amount of pride in being a First Nations leader. You take a lot of hits. I mean, if you think that it's bad enough being a non-First Nations leader and taking all these insults, try be a First Nations leader. So now, these leaders have got to go back to their people and explain to them all their time and money, effort in terms of putting together an Olympic bid is not going to happen. And there's a good chance it's not going to happen. They say this bid is not dead. But how do they accomplish this without the provincial government support? And how do they go back to their people and explain to them that the grand idea of full inclusion in the economy and society of BC is basically, it's over? How do they do that? And we would have had this reference, we would have had this context when we're talking about Bill 42, because this is exactly what Bill 42 is talking about a municipality hosting an international event like FIFA. We could have had this debate in the legislature and used the Olympic bid that was put together by these First Nations as one of the reasons why we needed inclusion of different clauses. And maybe at the end of that debate, you know, we could have found things that could have turned it around for the BC government to turn around and say, yes, we can do this then, based on this debate. I mean, Councillor Wilson Williams, it's been a long time since I read anything or heard anything about the disappointment of a First Nation in a provincial government. I had disappointment in provincial governments, the BC Liberals at the time. But that disappointment, it turned into a collaboration, because we both understood we were both trying to achieve the same thing. It took a lot of courage, it took a lot of angst, it took a lot of hard conversations to get the BC Liberals and bands like my band on the same page. But we never gave up. The BC government didn't give up on us, and we didn't give up on them. And there was never the word no said to us. And really, where that comes from is come from the LNG export facilities that we were proposing in Kitimat. It came from the forestry agreements that were signed with a number of First Nations between the BC government and bands. There was never the word no. And at that time, people were still trying to figure out the Haida court case of 2004. And I've said it before a number of times in this House, the word reconciliation has been twisted around so much for politics that people don't even understand what it means anymore. And yet, if you want a good understanding of it, don't look at the UNDRIP bill. Don't look at any other document except the Haida court case that was decided in 2004. There's a dictionary definition. Two parties that once were together are now split apart. Now they got to reconcile. They got to come back together. But the judge in the Haida court case said, we've got to reconcile the impacts to Aboriginal rights and title now, because let's face it, none of us are going anywhere. First Nations have accepted this concept. It's unrealistic to think that all non-natives are going to leave BC. We've got to learn how to work together. And saying no to an Olympic bid is not working together. That negotiation could have kept on until today. And maybe at the end of the day, you still come up with the answer that's not feasible. But you still created that trust. You still created that relationship. And that could be the groundwork or the framework or the foundation for the next big bid. Whether we're talking about, the Aboriginal games, the Indigenous games. There could be much more events if we had just stuck to negotiating, keeping those lines of communication open without saying no. I mean, the members of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, Lillooet, what they did was extraordinary. I've only seen First Nations come together in my lifetime for the Pacific Trails Pipeline Coalition. And that was every First Nation from Prince George to Kitimat Village and a couple of First Nations down Channel that said, yes, we got to put our politics aside and we got to work together for the benefit of bringing the LNG export industry to BC. We got to do that. And we did it. That entity is still alive today. In fact, it morphed into another group called the First Nations LNG Alliance, all with the idea of uplifting everybody in BC. The amount of work that First Nations have put into the economy and trying to be a part of the system is staggering. We could have brought in the First Nations Taxation Authority and we could have got their perspective on Bill 42, the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment. We could have got that perspective. But we can't. There's just not enough time. Instead of 2 weeks left in this session, we have 1 week. It's kind of sad because during that extended break week, I'm going to be down here anyway. I've got meetings I got to attend to that I already planned. There's outreach meetings down here that I already planned. I'll be here. So I'm still going to do the work. I'm just going to have to divide it up between my constituent of Skeena, but I'm still going to commit to the meetings that I planned to a month ago. And those outreach meetings, those are still important as well. You know, I've heard a lot about reconciliation. I've heard a lot about the UNDRIP bill, and we already know the commitments that were made by this NDP government under UNDRIP to consult every rights and title holder on every piece of legislation that passed through this House, and to align every single law in BC with UNDRIP is unrealistic. We knew that from day one. So we now know that there is no intention of this government to consult 204 bands in BC on every piece of legislation. We know that. But there's also been a number of references to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. I was even asked myself, do I not believe in it? I believe in uplifting First Nations out of poverty. I believe in First Nations being a part of society to the point where they don't need Indian Act funding agreements anymore. That is the fullest definition of dependence. And my band is there. We were there 10 years ago because of the forestry agreements, because of LNG agreements, because of mining agreements. We were there. That's what turned us around from one of the poorest bands in BC to one of the wealthiest. To the point where we're probably ready to take a step up in terms of what is the next conversation. It would have been nice to actually go back and say we got to develop the capacity in our band to talk about Bill 42, the provincial sales tax, and how we can work with the provincial government and municipalities to make this a reality for all of us in the spirit of cooperation and in the spirit of reconciliation. But Councillor Wilson actually mentioned that as well. He mentioned that number 91 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action says, and I quote, "We call upon the officials and host countries of international sporting events such as the Olympics, Pan Am, and Commonwealth Games to ensure that Indigenous peoples' territorial protocols are respected and local Indigenous communities are engaged in all aspects of planning and participation in such events." There's been no legislation in this House that I know of that actually implements this or even considers it. So what we have are 3 First Nation communities in the Lower Mainland that actually picked up the ball and said, okay, we'll do it. And we'll do this on behalf of everybody in British Columbia because they wanted infrastructure projects, just like the last Olympics. They wanted the tourism industry to be picked up again across the board. They wanted all those jobs. And you know what the thing we're not talking about that nobody's mentioned yet in terms of this failed Olympic bid? That's got nothing to do with the work that was done by First Nations. Sports is a great way to promote good citizenship. It's one of the only things happening in many impoverished First Nation communities that offers a ray of hope. And if you're lucky, if you can carry you through adulthood, that can actually be passed on to the next generation. So it's just not taxation that we're talking about here. It's just not the idea of reconciliation. Sports is a fundamental component of a strong society. And given that we're going through a drug crisis right now, I think we need good, clean, living role models more than ever. Something to encourage our young people who are dying from overdoses to say, look, you have options. There's different things you can be doing. Like basketball. Madam Chair, you weren't here when I made my comment that I was inducted into the All-Native Hall of Fame, Prince Rupert. And I said it again just for vanity's sake. So there's a lot of things that we could have discussed, whether it be that the Indigenous Children in Care jurisdictional bill that we should be discussing in detail in committee stage, or we could be discussing in detail Bill 42, the provincial sales tax, and why that omits First Nations and Treaty First Nations, but we can't. We've only got 1 week left. And for these huge, important bills, that's not enough time. And we're not doing our job if we don't get to committee stage on these bills. As MLAs, we're not doing our job. That's why we came down here. That's what people don't understand, that when we come down here, we're actually doing real work. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for my slow rise, but I thought I'd give government a chance to stand up and speak to this bill. No takers, though. No takers, as there hasn't been. I think we've had 1 speaker, 2 speakers on the government side. Perhaps there is a member from the North Coast might want to speak. No? No, maybe not. So I thank you for, or thanks the House for the opportunity to speak to Bill 42, the PST Amendment Act. Like many of my colleagues, I have to say that I think it's a very interesting and useful piece of legislation. The timing on this is rather interesting as well, because clearly this is a bill that is relevant to many of the discussions that are going on right now, and that have and major announcements that have been made just this week about, or actually I guess it was last Friday. Isn't that when you make these announcements you don't want to make the press, as you do them on a Friday? I think that's happened last Friday, was the decision not to support an Olympic bid for 2030. Maybe we'll get back into that conversation for 2035. But this piece of legislation clearly could have an impact on communities all around the province, and specifically in the host communities, or the proposed host communities for 2030, 2034, around how you pay for these events. Because that's a huge issue. How do you pay for these events? So there's merit to the concept here. I think many of us in this House do understand that local government, or have spent time in local government, so very clearly understand that local government has limited tools, limited financial tools, and the vast majority of the revenues that are raised are to either provide services, so provide services like water or sewer, and they're limited in terms of what money can be raised for that, and that money can't be extracted and spent on something else, typically anyway. But the bulk of it is property taxes. And property taxes are truly a blunt instrument, and very much is on the shoulders of homeowners and business owners. And I think we all understand and appreciate well, some of us do anyway. Certainly this side of the House understands, or this part of this side of the House understands, that the impacts to business of taxation, property taxation, is onerous and is difficult, and does crush the soul of some businesses, some small businesses certainly. So this is a useful tool, and I'm also like many of my colleagues, I do understand how these type of events, these international events, destination events, can impact a community, and how do they recover? How do they manage through those events? And I had the privilege of being the mayor of Pemberton in 2008, in the lead up to 2008, and that's a year that, if you lived in Pemberton, you certainly remember, and maybe not so much on a provincial level, but in that year, that summer, we had a 3-day event where one of the biggest bands in the world showed up. Coldplay was in Pemberton. Tom Petty was in Pemberton. Jay-Z was in Pemberton. Who would have thought? Sam Roberts and Tragically Hip, 9 Inch Nails. It was the Pemberton Festival of 2008. It was a huge event. Now, what was Pemberton in 2008? It was, I think there was about 2,200 residents in the municipality, and another couple thousand spread out over a pretty big area. But how many people did we bring in? 40, 50,000, I think it was like 80,000 people over a course of a couple of days. And I can say with confidence, based on my experience, that we were overwhelmed. There is no question about that. And so can 2,000 taxpayers in a small municipality, well, that's 2,000 residents. That's not even 2,000 taxpayers. I think our total tax base, property tax base, was something like $1.5 million. I think Coldplay got paid more than that. but for a community like that to manage an event like that, like this, it's a huge challenge, and it really obviously can't fall on the shoulders and be a burden to local taxpayers. Already the event was impactful in a way that I don't think many will forget, and so to add a huge financial burden is just too much. So. So what can be, we can anticipate some of the challenges that we're facing, that a community would face, especially a small one, but any community, traffic management, waste management, water and sewer operations and provision, policing, fire, impact on recreation services. It was funny, we had people coming in, looking for a shower coming into our community center. There was a lineup you would not believe of people looking for a shower, and obviously, just the impact on the community center alone was significant and not otherwise anticipated or paid for. So there are capacities can be pretty severely strained, and there's few tools that local governments can deploy. So it's the only real opportunity for us was to look at the special events license or the temporary use permit that was applicable, but we weren't exactly negotiating from a position of strength either. So it was. I would say that overall it was absolutely worthwhile, but it did come with its consequences. So I think the concept of this type of bill is one that I certainly support and and feel it's important that we explore it. And as my colleague earlier said, it's unfortunate, but I don't think we're going to have that opportunity. There's just too much on the plate right now, and it's going to be hard to find the time to dive into it. And I'll talk about a few of the pieces that I think are important that we look at. So there's certainly going to be, I think where the problems arise when it comes to Bill 42 is in the development and the execution of the concept. The concept's good, but how is it implemented? There are concerns. There are many questions. And, as we look at bills being introduced just very recently, or whether they've been introduced over the course of this session, I keep finding myself saying, in many ways, the same thing. This is enabling legislation. And on a piece of enabling legislation, there's just no question that the devil is in the details. And in this case, the details aren't there. What's in? What's part of? What's encapsulated? What's incorporated? Like, what is in? What is out? What is an eligible cost? Fair question. What's eligible? Like, is the provision of garbage removal, is that a? I mean, who knows? The questions are almost endless. But let's have some definitions. Let's have some criteria associated with it. There is none, unfortunately, and again, it's going to be very challenging to find the time to actually get answers to those questions. What's an eligible cost? Well, what's an ineligible cost is equally valid. Who qualifies? We think we have some idea of some of the entities, but not all of them. Who qualifies? Who doesn't? What qualifies? What doesn't? How long will this tax last? And I've heard other speakers say we could put it in place up to 7 years in advance of an event. Although I'm not sure where that number, that comes from, because I don't see it. That's one of those details that we don't see in the legislation itself. And then potentially go 7 years after the event. Well, that's a pretty broad approach. How do you justify that kind of length of time? Is that length of time, in fact, what we will be talking about? Is that what will be approved or not? Or is there sunset? Is there potential sunset clauses at all? And then I think another one that's important is, can it be stacked? Because in many cases, you're going to have an event you may be collecting for a period of years, either before or after, or both. And it can only be in one jurisdiction, not in another, so I can see that there's some potential for conflict there. But then what happens when another event comes along? And you're still collecting for that event. So you have and it's probably not going to happen in Pemberton, but what about in Metro, where I think I heard comments around Indy coming back, or an E-Indy or an E-Formula One. So there's impacts, it's a major event, presumably something like that would qualify, but then you want to have another event that has a similar impact, maybe in the same jurisdiction or in an adjacent jurisdiction or in that same regional district or not. Can you be collecting an additional 2.5% of MRDT or MRDT plus or whatever it is, and collect it at the same time, so we could stack this, so we could see our MRDT tax, which is 3%, another 2.5% on a special MRDT or whatever we're calling this, this tax, and then another tax on top of that. Again, these are issues that need to be explored, deserve some time, yet we're clearly not going to have it. We're not going to have the time. What criteria are going to be used to answer some of those questions? What are the parameters? What are the metrics that we're going to use? Will there safeguards be put in place? Will we, as I say, will we be able to stack it? This is all very subjective, and it'll be subject to decision making in one place. And that place has closed doors and a cone of silence, and we'll never know how the decision was made, because that decision will be made in the cabinet room by order in council. And I think that this House deserves some time on those issues. I think this House, these legislators deserve to understand how these decisions will be made. So, as I say, it is true that the communities around the province have faced extraordinary costs. My community, for one, on these type of events, and they shouldn't be a burden on the local taxpayer. And the premise of this bill is basically, Bill 42 allows for municipalities, regional districts, or eligible entities to request and be granted the ability to collect a new 2.5% MRDT style tax on a designated major event accommodation area in the case of international tourism events. So right off the bat, you have to, okay, I know what a municipality is. Pretty clear on that. I think we know that. I think most of us know what a regional district is. But I'm really curious what an eligible entity is. Could be pretty much anything, I guess. Now, I hope that one of the things they were thinking the drafters of this legislation were thinking was in answer to my friend from Skeena, and that eligible entity could be a First Nation. But does that mean there's not a whole lot of tourism accommodation on First Nations lands? I mean, there are in some, certainly in the Okanagan and some other places, probably other places I don't know about, but I know it's not the accommodation on reserve or is not typically a big thing. It's not a big revenue driver. So, but maybe that's, I'm not sure how this eligible entity would be identified or defined. You know, is it a tourism organization? I mean, I guess that's a possibility. You know, I talked about some of the costs, so maybe those could be, but then no, they wouldn't have accommodation associated with it. So I'm not sure. I think First Nations are logical, but then what would that mean that the eligible entity would be a First Nation that could cast a net wide and collect tax on an accommodation in their traditional territory? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what an eligible entity is. Could it be a company? You know, potentially, I guess, could be a company. Whistler Blackcomb, for example, hosts some pretty major international events. Whistler Ski and Snowboard Festival. And do have some accommodation, but then they can tax themselves already. So again, and they collect from themselves. I'm not really sure what we're talking about when we're talking about an eligible entity. It'd be up to Cabinet to make these decisions, because you know, it's a Lieutenant Governor's in Council decision. They may make regulation designating the area of tax, the rate of tax, so I guess up to that 2.5%. They don't mention about whether they can stack that tax. Could be, but they do talk about potentially they can make decisions around the purpose for which the tax is paid and what it is spent on, who it is paid to, and who is exempt. In other words, they can make a decision on pretty much anything. And that's why we need the time. We need the time to be able to understand this, to explore it, to dive into it, because it's not simple. And I'll give you one example. So let me quote from the bill. This is because I'm not sure how many members in this House will have actually read the thing. Maybe some. But just listen to this, Madam Chair. So this is Clause 12, Sub 7. Quote, and you'll have to bear with me on this, okay? Well, that's not in the quote. Quote, despite Section 240, Sub 5, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may designate a designated recipient for a designated major event accommodation area that is different from the designated recipient designated under Section 240 in relation to a designated accommodation area that is designated as all or part of the designated major event accommodation area, unquote. Please explain that to me. I would love to have the minister.
The designated person will explain.
I think maybe there will be a designated speaker on the other side. But I very much would like to unpack that. As my colleague points out, in committee stage. The question is whether or not we'll get to committee stage. And I have my doubts. So now, in fairness, there is some limitations identified in the bill. The Lieutenant Governor and Council is not allowed to impose the tax unless the Muni Regional District or whatever that eligible entity is has asked for it. So that's a good thing. They can't be imposed, in other words, and I think that's reasonable. The minister or the Lieutenant Governor and Council is also not allowed to make regulations unless the minister is satisfied that it is, quote, a major international tourism event in or near the proposed designated major event accommodation area, unquote. So that's a limitation, but not much of one, because that can be something that the minister just needs to be satisfied. And I'd very much hope that we could see some criteria around that, and so we can better understand how the minister becomes satisfied. What are they basing their decisions on? What is, because other people have asked the same question, what is a major international tourism event? One imagines it could be a sporting event. That's certainly the one that has been raised in reference to the 2030 Olympic bid. But it could be a fair. I mean, we had a World's Fair in '86. Which was a pretty major event, went on for a long time. That event one would imagine would qualify. Could be a cultural event, I suppose. Because in cultural events you'll have people traveling from all around the world. It will become now cultural events are obviously, there's cultural events or religious events that are global destinations. There's just no question about that on an annual basis, or a one-off. It could be a music event, as I referenced in Pemberton, or in Squamish has had the musical events as well. Destination. I mean, Merit Music Festival doesn't exist any longer, but that's quite an event with the impacts. Or I'd also pose the question: could it be every day in Whistler? Like, Whistler sees 50,000 people, 50,000 visitors on any given day in both summer and winter. Like, that's a major event. But other people talk, Grand Fondo. Grand Fondo, we have the member from Penticton talking about, 2,000 or 3,000 people. We have 8,000 people at the Grand Fondo in August. But also that ties into Whistler. The Whistler Ski and Snowboard Festival, Cornucopia. We did have Ironman, but that's gone away. But nonetheless, these are big numbers. These are a lot of people. And, I think it's worth at this time just looking a little bit at what we're talking about here. So, with regard to just Whistler alone, Whistler generates $1.44 billion in consumer spending every year. $1.44 billion. I would argue that's a pretty major event. It generates $500 million in tax revenue. And you'd say to yourself, well, you should have plenty of tax revenue, except for that isn't tax revenue that goes to the municipality, unfortunately, or fortunately. It comes to the province. The munis get a share, not of that's of the global tax revenue, so property taxes, but also PST, MRDT, GST, and other fees. So, but $500 million. That's $1.37 million a day in tax revenue. It also produces 25% of British Columbia's export tourism revenue. That's a huge amount of money. And what export tourism revenue is, that's money that's new. That is not recirculated
British Columbia dollars. That is money coming in from outside of the country, coming into this region. And so, 25% of the revenue generated, export revenue, tourism revenue generated in this province is generated by Whistler. And it's 2.7 million unique visits. This, I would argue, is a major event. Does it qualify? I think that's not an unreasonable question. So it's clear, I think, that the Olympics it doesn't need to be an Olympics to be an international tourism event, or it doesn't even need to be a FIFA. Now that's what I think, but I don't know what the minister thinks, and I don't know if we'll have a chance to see what the minister thinks. I don't know if there'll be thresholds. I don't know if they're going to be, if a major event is that, that 500 or the $1.37 million a day in tax revenue. Is that making a major event? Is it the 2.7 million visits? Does that make it a major event? The number of attendees? The participants, or it's an international event too, so is it where the participants are coming from makes it international? Or is it in the case, like in Pemberton, yeah, we saw people coming from all over the place at the Pemberton Festival, but it wasn't dominated by international visitors. It was, although it was dominated by international artists, so which is it? What makes it an international event? Is it the footprint? I guess in the case of the Abbotsford Air Show, they're probably flying cross-border, so maybe that makes it international. Or is it the economic impact of the event? It's hard to say. I don't know. I'd like to know. I'd like to have the opportunity to explore that with the minister, but I don't think we'll have that chance. Lots of questions, obviously, Madam Speaker. Lots of questions. So I think that the people of this province, the people in communities around the province, in municipalities or regional districts or First Nations or that murky eligible entity deserve to know answers to these questions. And I'm sure they'd be interested. I know they'd be interested. I know I am interested in understanding that criteria, in understanding what the minister is going to be using to judge this, to make decisions. But given the fact that this is the most secretive government, the award winner of the most secretive government in this country, you probably can anticipate that we will never know. It will be delivered to us, it will be announced to us, and that will be that. Because, we only have 5 sitting days left as of a few minutes from now. That we have 3 bills that haven't even gone to second reading yet. Like, we had a bill introduced today, and this is stacked on top, in a truncated session, stacked on top of a bill that has, 646 clauses? I'm not sure what it is. It's clauses until they're approved and then they're sections. Or is it sections until they're approved and then they're clauses? Regardless, 646 of them. And when I left my Little House duty earlier, I think we were at clause 18 or something. And it was noted as well that this was it was a respectful dialogue.
Thank you, Member.
And I see that the red lights come on. I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my remarks, because I actually didn't know exactly how I was going to frame my comments speaking to this bill, it's an important opportunity, though, to have the opportunity to speak to bills. And I just want to acknowledge the colleague that spoke before me and all the other colleagues on this side of the House who have exercised their proper democratic right why we're here, which is to get up and speak to bills, to really talk about and digest and scrutinize, really, and ask the tough questions of bills that are put in front of this House. And I think we need to acknowledge, remember, that's not for us. That's for the people of British Columbia. That's our job as opposition, to actually get up and talk in second reading to all these bills, to make sure we understand, and through that debate and dialogue, what these bills are. I say I'm a little bit perplexed by some of the lack, though, of information that's being presented. I would have hoped when the government saw that this was an important bill, when we're standing up and speaking to it, that members of government would have stood up and maybe put our mind at ease, and maybe would have answered some of the unknowns. That's really what second reading is about, is the opportunity for us to have that dialogue, for government to stand up and explain why this is an important bill, why they want to have this in front of the House, and why we want to pass or debate a bill in this House. With Bill 42, Madam Speaker, we heard the member before me talking about this. Let me just quickly, when we talk about Bill 42, it's really about giving the opportunity for a municipality or regional district, as we've heard, when we're talking about a major tourism event, maybe a major sporting event, or we've heard examples of different parts of the province already of what major events are, and then the opportunities for that local government to apply an additional tax to generate revenue for the impacts that'll be seen in that municipality during that major sporting event. What is a major sporting event or a major tourism event? I look at the city of Dawson Creek. We've been very fortunate to hold the World Juniors. Everybody says the World Juniors is a world event. I can't tell by reading this bill, though, with the lack of details in this bill. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if holding up the bill is a prop or not, so I'll be careful with that. I don't think it is, because it's actually in the House here. But there's nowhere I can find in reading this bill whether the city of Dawson Creek, when we hold the World Juniors, is that designated as an international event? It says Worlds. We've held World Curling events. Does that qualify? All I see in this bill is the decision can be made at a later date through Lieutenant Governor, ordering council, through a designation and an application process. But I'm already getting phone calls, Madam Speaker, from some rural communities, Prince George, Dawson Creek, you look at Kamloops, we've heard that commentary, who have been very privileged, lucky to be able to hold and host what we would classify as international events. But we can't get a straight answer from this government on whether that will qualify. We're told we have to wait till later. And when is that later? Usually when we find out, that's in committee stage. Now, it's important during second reading that everybody gets up and expresses what's important for their riding, what they're hearing in the public, or what feedback we're starting to get. Because unfortunately, I know we've got the most secretive government in Canada here right now with the NDP. So, this kind of fits into that narrative. The public and the stakeholders really don't know until a bill's in this House and presented what's going on. So of course a bill's presented just yesterday that says a municipality may or may not, if they're designated, under a sporting event or tourism event that may or may not be designated as qualification,
that they may or may not be allowed to add an additional tax, depending whether they do or don't qualify. So that creates all the questions. So now our inbox and our voicemails are getting full saying, what is government doing and do I qualify? My first response typically when the government puts a bill on the floor and I start getting that and my colleagues start getting that, those questions, we say, very good questions. It's up to government to answer those when we get to committee stage. So thank you, because we can't answer them right now, but we'll make sure during our second readings that we highlight your opinions and the fact that you feel like you weren't notified or part of the consultation, and I'll get to some other issues afterwards around that. But it's important that we do our job and bring those questions forward. Now, some of my colleagues have said that there's only 5 sitting days left. Well, actually, that's not the case yet. When I look at this, we still have 9 sitting days after today. You know, we're hearing that government wants to take away 4 of those days, sitting days on the second last week in November. They haven't done that yet, so they still have a chance to change their mind, because I do find it very odd that they're ramming all this House full of legislation, which they have the right to do, which we expect government to do. The whole point of calling the session to, here in this House is to debate and bring forward legislation. That's why we're here. That's our jobs. What makes me a little skeptical or nervous, I guess, on behalf of the people of British Columbia on the intentions of this government, they have not yet taken away those 4 days. But I am hearing that all the members from the NDP caucus are actually going to be in Victoria that entire week that they say they want to cancel anyway. So I do have to ask, why are they considering canceling 4 sitting days if they're all going to be here anyway? We're all going to be here. It's our jobs. Our flights are booked. Our meetings are scheduled. We're going to be here. I'm hearing the members opposite are going to be here. So if tomorrow they bring forward changes to the standing orders for the sitting, that will be very, very interesting indeed on how they justify the fact we're all going to be here, but we don't want to actually work. So while I hear an oh my God from the member from the North Coast, maybe she wants to quantify, she has a chance to stand up. Well, of course we all work when we go home. My comment is we also work when we're here. There's no need to cancel a week because we have work to do. And if all of the members from the NDP are actually going to stand up, Madam Speaker, and say they now all want to be home on the week that the Premier Designate is being sworn in, they're all home, I guess, is what I'm hearing. They're not coming for the Premier's swearing in. They're not coming for meetings that have all been scheduled for that entire week. So I do find it interesting if the members want to say, oh my God, because I do say, oh my God, if you're all going to be here, why are we not working? Why are we not in this House doing the people's work that we're supposed to be doing, which is on the calendar? Now, Madam Speaker, the reason why we need to be here is because we have a lot of bills still to debate, and we've heard about some of them that are still in this House, the work that needs to be done. So if, because it's still an if until tomorrow, if the government wants to take away 4 sitting days, which is where we are supposed to be in here debating and questioning legislation before the government rams it through and passes it, that's important work to do. But if they take away those 4 days, I think it's also important to let members and remind members and the public watching this that bills don't have to finish at the end of this session. So if there's still work to do, if there's still questions to be asked on behalf of the people of British Columbia who have very important questions on so many of these pieces of legislation that are in the House, they don't have to pass. They can be held over and brought back in the spring. A lot of these bills that are here are actually not time sensitive because most of them say, don't worry, it's important to us, but we're going to make all the decisions at a later date and regulation anyway. Well, if it's being made at a later date and regulation, there's really nothing stopping this government, Madam Speaker, on Bill 42
to actually say, you know what, we've presented it in the House, we can have rigorous debate, we can go through committee stage on it. If we don't have enough sitting days because this government wants to get rid of them for whatever reason, then we can actually finish debate in the spring. Or we can come back and work through December. There's nothing stopping that. If government at any time can take away days, they can also add it. So I'm game. Why don't we sit through the first couple of weeks of December then, and we'll actually do this. So Autumn, you know, the member wants to debate whether when sessions have or have not been cancelled, and I'll say on the record, yes, in 16 years there were 2 or 3 that I remember when there were sessions where we did not bring forward legislation that needed to be dealt with. Here's the difference. Well, we just finished hearing that working in constituency is important, so it's unfortunate the member from Richmond maybe doesn't work in her riding when we're not sitting. But there's lots of opportunity if the members want to stand up and speak to this bill, because there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. And I appreciate seeing the Speaker come in. That tells me we're getting close to the end. But I think it's...
Continue, member.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just acknowledging the disrespect that I was receiving from the other side at the time, Mr. Speaker. So I was pausing to let that sink in so they can acknowledge how they're personalizing things. I'm assuming with the Speaker here, I will note the hour, I'll reserve my place and move adjournment to the debate.
Member, you heard the motion to adjourn the debate. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee A, Section A, reports progress and asks leaves on Bill 36 and asks leave to
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next heading.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Move adjournment of the debate. Move adjournment of the House.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.